Section 36 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chris Pyle. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6, by various authors. Section number 36, Poems, by William Cullen Bryant. Thanatopsis. To him, who in the love of nature holds communion with her visible forms, she speaks a various language. For his gayer hours she has a voice of gladness, and a smile and eloquence of beauty, and she glides in his darker musings with a mild and healing sympathy, that steals away their sharpness ere he is aware. When thoughts of the last bitter hour come like a blight over thy spirit, and sad images of the stern agony and shroud and pall, and breathless darkness in the narrow house make thee to shudder, and grow sick at heart, go forth under the open sky, and list to nature's teachings, while from all around earth and her waters, and the depths of air, comes a still voice. Yet a few days, and thee the all-beholding sun shall see no more in all his course, nor yet in the cold ground where thy pale form was laid, with many tears, nor in the embrace of ocean shall exist thy image. Earth that nourished thee shall claim thy growth to be resolved to earth again, and, lost each human trace, surrendering up thine individual being, shalt thou go to mix forever with the elements, to be a brother to the insensible rock, and to the sluggish clod which the rude swain turns with his share and treads upon. The oak shall send his roots abroad, and pierce thy mould. Yet not to thine eternal resting place shalt thou retire alone, nor couldst thou wish couch more magnificent. Thou shalt lie down with patriarchs of the infant world, with kings, the powerful of the earth, the wise, the good, fair forms, and hoary seers of ages past, all in one mighty sepulchre. The hills, rock-ribbed and ancient as the sun, the vales stretching in pensive quietness between, the venerable woods, rivers that move in majesty, and the complaining brooks that make the meadows green, and poured round all, old ocean's gray and melancholy waste, are but the solemn decorations all of the great tomb of man. The golden sun, the planets, all the infinite host of heaven, are shining on the sad abodes of death. Through the still lapse of ages, all that tread the globe are but a handful to the tribes that slumber in its bosom. Take the wings of morning, pierce the Barcan wilderness, or lose thyself in the continuous woods, where rolls the Oregon and hears no sound save his own dashings. Yet the dead are there, and millions in those solitudes, since first the flight of years began, have laid them down in their last sleep. The dead reign there alone. So shalt thou rest, and what if thou withdraw in silence from the living, and no friend take note of thy departure? All that breathe will share thy destiny. The gay will laugh when thou art gone, the solemn brood of care plod on, and each one as before will chase his favorite phantom. Yet all these shall leave their mirth and their employments, and shall come and make their bed with thee, as the long train of ages glides away. The sons of men, the youth in life's fresh spring, and he who goes in the full strength of years, matron and maid, the speechless babe and the gray-headed man, shall one by one be gathered to thy side, by those who in their turn shall follow them. So live that when thy summons comes to join the innumerable caravan which moves to that mysterious realm, where each shall take his chamber in the silent halls of death, thou go not like the quarry's slave at night, scourged to his dungeon, but sustained and soothed by an unfaltering trust. Approach thy grave like one who wraps the drapery of his couch about him, and lies down to pleasant dreams. The Crowded Street. Let me move slowly through the street, filled with an ever-shifting train, amid the sound of steps that beat the murmuring walks like autumn rain. How fast the flitting figures come, the mild, the fierce, the stony face, some bright with thoughtless smiles, and some where secret tears have lost their trace. They pass to toil, to strife, to rest, to halls in which the feast is spread, to chambers where the funeral guest in silence sits beside the dead, and some to happy homes repair, where children, pressing cheek to cheek, with mute caresses shall declare the tenderness they cannot speak. And some who walk in calmness here shall shudder as they reach the door, where one who made their dwelling dear, its flower, its light, is seen no more. Youth with pale cheek and slender frame, and dreams of greatness in thine eye, goest thou to build an early name, or early in the task to die? Keen son of trade with eager brow, who is now fluttering in thy snare? Thy golden fortunes, tower they now, or melt the glittering spires in air? Who of this crowd tonight shall tread the dance till daylight gleam again? Who sorrow o'er the untimely dead, who writhe in throes of mortal pain? Some, famine struck, shall think how long the cold dark hours, how slow the light, and some who flaunt amid the throng shall hide in dens of shame tonight. Each where his tasks or pleasures call, they pass, and heed each other not. There is who heeds, who holds them all in his large love and boundless thought. These struggling tides of life that seem in wayward, aimless course to tend are eddies of the mighty stream that rolls to its appointed end. The death of the flowers. The melancholy days are come, the saddest of the year, of wailing winds and naked woods and meadows brown and sere. Heaped in the hollows of the grove, the autumn leaves lie dead. They rustle to the eddying gust and to the rabbit's tread. The robin and the wren are flown, and from the shrubs the jay, and from the woodtop calls the crow through all the gloomy day. Where are the flowers, the fair young flowers, that lately sprang and stood in brighter light and softer airs, a beauteous sisterhood? Alas, they all are in their graves, the gentle race of flowers are lying in their lowly beds. With the fair and good of ours, the rain is falling where they lie, but in the cold November rain calls not from out the gloomy earth the lovely ones again. The windflower and the violet, they perished long ago, and the briar rose and the orchis died amid the summer glow. But on the hills the goldenrod and the aster in the wood, and the yellow sunflower by the brook, in autumn beauty stood, till fell the frost from the clear cold heaven, as falls the plague on men, and the brightness of their smile was gone from upland, glade, and glen. And now when comes the cold mild day, as still such days will come, to call the squirrel and the bee from out their winter home, when the sound of dropping nuts is heard, though all the trees are still, and twinkle in the smoky light the waters of the rill. The south wind searches for the flowers whose fragrance late he bore, and sighs to find them in the wood and by the stream no more. And then I think of one who in her youthful beauty died, the fair, meek blossom that grew up and faded by my side. In the cold, moist earth we laid her, when the forest cast the leaf, and we wept that one so lovely should have a life so brief. Yet not unmeet it was that one like that young friend of ours, so gentle and so beautiful, should perish with the flowers. The Conqueror's Grave. Within this lowly grave a conqueror lies, and yet the monument proclaims it not, nor round the sleeper's name hath chisel wrought the emblems of a fame that never dies. Ivy and amaranth in a graceful sheath, twined with the laurel's fair imperial leaf, a simple name alone, to the great world unknown, is graven here, and wild flowers rising round, meek meadows sweet and violets of the ground, lean lovingly against the humble stone. Here in the quiet earth they laid apart no man of iron mold and bloody hands, who sought to wreak upon the cowering lands the passions that consumed his restless heart, but one of tender spirit and delicate frame, gentlest and mean in mind, of gentle womankind, timidly shrinking from the breath of blame, one in whose eyes the smile of kindness made its haunts, like flowers by sunny brooks in May, yet at the thought of others' pain a shade of sweeter sadness chased the smile away. Nor deemed that when the hand that moulders here was raised in menace, realms were chilled with fear, and armies mustered at the sign, as when clouds rise on clouds before the rainy east, gray captains leading bands of veteran men, and fiery youths to be the vulture's feast, Not thus were waged the mighty wars that gave the victory to her who fills this grave. Alone her task was wrought, alone the battle fought. Through that long strife her constant hope was stayed on God alone, nor looked for other aid. She met the hosts of sorrow with a look that altered not beneath the frown they wore, and soon the lowering brood were tamed, and took meekly her gentle rule, and frowned no more. Her soft hand put aside the assaults of wrath, and calmly broke in twain the fiery shafts of pain, and rent the nets of passion from her path. By that victorious hand despair was slain. With love she vanquished hate, and overcame evil with good, in her great Master's name. Her glory is not of this shadowy state, glory that with the fleeting season dies. But when she entered at the sapphire gate, what joy was radiant in celestial eyes! How heaven's bright depths with sounding welcomes rung, and flowers of heaven by shining hands were flung. And he who long before pain, scorn, and sorrow bore, the mighty sufferer with aspect sweet, smiled on the timid stranger from his seat. He who returning glorious from the grave dragged death disarmed in chains, a crouching slave. See, as I linger here the sun grows low, cool airs are murmuring that the night is near. O gentle sleeper, from the grave I go, consoled through sad in hope and yet in fear. Brief is the time, I know, the warfare scarce begun, yet all may win the triumphs thou hast won. Still flows the fount whose waters strengthen thee. The victors' names are yet too few to fill heaven's mighty roll. The glorious armory that ministered to thee is open still. The battlefield. Once this soft turf, this rivulet's sands, were trampled by a hurrying crowd, and fiery hearts and armed hands encountered in the battle cloud. Ah, never shall the land forget how gushed the life-blood of her brave, gushed warm with hope and courage yet upon the soil they sought to save. Now all is calm and fresh and still, alone the chirp of flitting bird, and talk of children on the hill, and bell of wandering kine are heard. No solemn host goes trailing by the black-mouthed gun and staggering wain. Men start not at the battle cry. Oh, be it never heard again. Soon rested those who fought, but thou who minglest in the harder strife, for truths which men receive not now, thy warfare only ends with life. A friendless warfare, lingering long, through weary day and weary year. A wild and many-weaponed throng hang on thy front and flank and rear. Yet nerve thy spirit to the proof, and blench not at thy chosen lot. The timid good may stand aloof, the sage may frown, yet faint thou not. Nor heed the shaft who surely casts the foul and hissing bolt of scorn, for with thy side shall dwell at last the victory of endurance born. Truth crushed to earth shall rise again, the eternal years of God are hers. But error, wounded, writhes in pain, and dies among his worshippers. Yea, though thou lie upon the dust, when they who helped thee flee in fear, die full of hope and manly trust, like those who fell in battle here. Another hand thy sword shall wield, another hand the standard wave, till from the trumpet's mouth is pealed the blast of triumph o'er thy grave. To a Waterfowl. Whither, midst falling dew, while glow the heavens with the last steps of day, far through their rosy depths dost thou pursue thy solitary way? Vainly the fowler's eye might mark thy distant flight to do thee wrong, as darkly painted on the crimson sky thy figure floats along. Seek'st thou the plashy brink of weedy lake, on marge of river wide, or where the rocking billows rise and sink on the chafed ocean side? There is a power whose care teaches thy way along that pathless coast, the desert and illimitable air, lone wandering, but not lost. All day thy wings have fanned, and that far height the cold thin atmosphere. Yet stoop not, weary, to the welcome land, though the dark night is near, and soon that toil shall end. Soon shalt thou find a summer home and rest, and scream among thy fellows. Reeds shall bend soon o'er thy sheltered nest. Thou'rt gone, the abyss of heaven hath swallowed up thy form. Yet on my heart deeply has sunk the lesson thou hast given, and shall not soon depart. He who, from zone to zone, guides through the boundless sky thy certain flight, in the long way that I must tread alone, will lead my steps aright. Robert of Lincoln. Merrily swinging on briar and weed, near to the nest of his little dame, over the mountainside or mead, Robert of Lincoln is telling his name. Bobolink, bobolink, spink, spank, spink, snug and safe in that nest of ours, hidden among the summer flowers. Chee, chee, chee. Robert of Lincoln is gaily dressed, wearing a bright black wedding coat. White are his shoulders and white his crest. Hear him call in his merry note, bobolink, bobolink, spink, spank, spink. Look what a nice new coat is mine, sure there was never a bird so fine. Chee, chee, chee. Robert of Lincoln's Quaker wife, pretty and quiet, with plain brown wings, passing at home a patient life, broods in the grass while her husband sings, bobolink, bobolink, spink, spank, spink. Brood, kind creature, you need not fear thieves and robbers while I am here. Chee, chee, chee. Modest and shy as a nun is she, one weak chirp is her only note. Braggart and prince of braggarts is he, pouring boasts from his little throat. Bobolink, bobolink, spink, spank, spink. Never was I afraid of man. Catch me, cowardly knaves, if you can. Chee, chee, chee. 6 white eggs on a bed of hay, flecked with purple, a pretty sight. There as the mother sits all day, Robert is singing with all his might. Bobolink, bobolink, spink, spank, spink. Nice good wife that never goes out, keeping house while I frolic about. Chee, chee, chee. Soon as the little ones chip the shell, 6 wide mouths are open for food. Robert of Lincoln bestirs him well, gathering seeds for the hungry brood. Bobolink, bobolink, spink, spank, spink. This new life is likely to be hard for a gay young fellow like me. Chee, chee, chee. Robert of Lincoln at length is made, sober with work and silent with care. Off is his holiday garment laid, half forgotten that merry air. Bobolink, bobolink, spink, spank, spink. Nobody knows but my mate and I where our nest and our nestlings lie. Chee, chee, chee. Summer wanes, the children are grown. Fun and frolic no more he knows. Robert of Lincoln's a humdrum crone. Off he flies, and we sing as he goes. Bobolink, bobolink, spink, spank, spink. When you can pipe that merry old strain, Robert of Lincoln, come back again. Chee, chee, chee. 1855. June. I gazed upon the glorious sky and the green mountains round, and thought that when I came to lie at rest within the ground, 'twere pleasant that in flowery June, when brooks send up a cheerful tune, and groves a joyous sound, the sexton's hand my grave to make, the rich green mountain turf shall break. A cell within the frozen mold, a coffin borne through sleet, and icy clods above it rolled, while fierce the tempest beat. Away, I will not think of these. Blue be the sky and soft the breeze, earth green beneath the feet, and be the damp mold gently pressed into my narrow place of rest. There through the long, long summer hours the golden light shall lie, and thick young herbs and groups of flowers stand in their beauty by. The oriole shall build and tell his love tale close beside my cell. The idle butterfly shall rest him there, and there be heard the housewife bee and hummingbird. And what if cheerful shouts at noon come from the village scent, or songs of maids beneath the moon with fairy laughter blent? And what if, in the evening light, betrothed lovers walk in sight of my low monument? I would the lovely scene around might know no sadder sight nor sound. I know that I no more shall see the season's glorious show, nor would its brightness shine for me, nor its wild music flow. But if, around my place of sleep, the friends I love should come to weep, they might not haste to go. Soft airs and song and light and bloom shall keep them lingering by my tomb. These to their softened hearts should bear the thought of what has been, and speak of one who cannot share the gladness of the scene, whose part in all the pomp that fills the circuit of the summer hills is that his grave is green, and deeply would their hearts rejoice to hear again his living voice. to the fringed gentian. Thou blossom, bright with autumn dew, and colored with the heaven's own blue, that openest when the quiet light succeeds the keen and frosty night. Thou comest not when violets lean o'er wandering brooks and springs unseen, or columbines in purple dressed nod o'er the ground bird's hidden nest. Thou waitest late, and comest alone when woods are bare and birds are flown, and frost and shortening days portend the aged year is near his end. Then doth thy sweet and quiet eye look through its fringes to the sky, blue, blue as if that sky let fall a flower from its cerulean wall. I would that thus, when I shall see the hour of death draw near to me, hope blossoming within my heart may look to heaven as I depart. The Future Life. How shall I know thee in the sphere which keeps the disembodied spirits of the dead, when all of thee that time could wither sleeps and perishes among the dust we tread? For I shall feel the sting of ceaseless pain if there I meet thy gentle presence not, nor hear the voice I love, nor read again in thy serenest eyes the tender thought. Will not thy own meek heart demand me there, that heart whose fondest throbs to me were given? My name on earth was ever in thy prayer, and wilt thou never utter it in heaven? In meadows fanned by heaven's life-breathing wind, in the resplendence of that glorious sphere and larger movements of the unfettered mind, wilt thou forget the love that joined us here, the love that lived through all the stormy past, and meekly with my harsher nature bore, and deeper grew, and tenderer to the last? Shall it expire with life and be no more? A happier lot than mine, and larger light, await thee there, for thou hast bowed thy will in cheerful homage to the rule of right, and lovest all, and renderest good for ill. For me the sordid cares in which I dwell shrink and consume my heart as heat the scroll, and wrath has left its scar, that fire of hell has left its frightful scar upon my soul. Yet, though thou wearest the glory of the sky, wilt thou not keep the same beloved name, the same fair thoughtful brow and gentle eye, lovelier in heaven's sweet climate yet the same? Shalt thou not teach me in that calmer home the wisdom that I learned so ill in this, the wisdom which is love, till I become thy fit companion in that land of bliss? To the Past. Thou unrelenting Past, stern are the fetters round thy dark domain, and fetters, sure and fast, hold all that enter thy unbreathing reign. Far in thy realm withdrawn, old empires sit in sullenness and gloom, and glorious ages gone lie deep within the shadows of thy womb. Childhood with all its mirth, youth, manhood, age that draws us to the ground, and last man's life on earth, glide to thy dim dominions and are bound. Thou hast my better years, thou hast my earlier friends, the good, the kind, yielded to thee with tears, the venerable form, the exalted mind. My spirit yearns to bring the lost ones back, yearns with desire intense, and struggles hard to wring thy bolts apart, and pluck thy captives thence. In vain thy gates deny all passage save to those who hence depart, nor to the streaming eye thou givest them back, nor to the broken heart. In thy abysses high beauty and excellence unknown, to thee earth's wonder and her pride are gathered as the waters to the sea. Labors of good to man, unpublished charity, unbroken faith, love that midst grief began, and grew with years, and faltered not in death. Full many a mighty name lurks in thy depths, unuttered, unrevered. With thee are silent fame, forgotten arts, and wisdom disappeared. Thine for a space are they, yet thou shalt yield thy treasures up at last. Thy gates shall yet give way, thy bolts shall fall, inexorable past. All that of good and fair has gone into thy womb, from earliest time shall then come forth to wear the glory and the beauty of its prime. They have not perished, no. Kind words, remembered voices once so sweet, smiles radiant long ago, and features, the great soul's apparent seat, all shall come back. Each tie of pure affection shall be knit again. Alone shall evil die, and sorrow dwell a prisoner in thy reign. And then shall I behold him by whose kind paternal side I sprung. and her who, still and cold, fills the next grave, the beautiful and young. End of section 36. Recording by Chris Pyle.
Section 37 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6, by various authors. Section 37, The Position of Women in the United States, from the American Commonwealth, by James Bryce. James Bryce, born 1838. James Bryce was born at Belfast, Ireland, of Scotch and Irish parents. He studied at the University of Glasgow and later at Oxford, where he graduated with high honours in 1862, and where, after some years of legal practice, he was appointed Regius Professor of Civil Law in 1870. He had already established a high reputation as an original and accurate historical scholar by his prize essay on the Holy Roman Empire, 1864, which passed through many editions, was translated into German, French, and Italian, and remains today a standard work and the best-known work on the subject. Edward A. Freeman said, on the appearance of the work, that it had raised the author at once to the rank of a great historian. It has done more than any other treatise to clarify the vague notions of historians as to the significance of the imperial idea in the Middle Ages, and its importance as a factor in German and Italian politics. And it is safe to say that there is scarcely a recent history of the period that does not show traces of its influence. The scope of this work being juristic and philosophical, it does not admit of much historical narrative, and the style is lucid but not brilliant. It is not in fact as a historian that Mr. Bryce is best known, but rather as a jurist, a politician, and a student of institutions. The most striking characteristic of the man is his versatility, a quality which in his case has not been accompanied by its usual defects, for his achievements in one field seem to have made him no less conscientious in others, while they have given him that breadth of view which is more essential than any special training to the critic of men and affairs. For the 10 years that followed his Oxford appointment, he contributed frequently to the magazines on geographical, social, and political topics. His vacations he spent in travel and in mountain climbing, of which he gave an interesting narrative in Transcaucasia and Ararat, 1877. In 1880 he entered active politics, and was elected to Parliament in the Liberal interest. He has continued steadfast in his support of the Liberal party and of Mr. Gladstone, whose Home Rule policy he has heartily seconded. In 1886 he became Gladstone's Under-Secretary of Foreign Affairs, and in 1894 was appointed President of the Board of Trade. The work by which he is best known in this country, the American Commonwealth, 1888, is the fruit of his observations during 3 visits to the United States and of many years of study. It is generally conceded to be the best critical analysis of American institutions ever made by a foreign author. Inferior in point of style to de Tocqueville's Democracy in America, it far surpasses that book in amplitude, breadth of view, acuteness of observation, and minuteness of information, besides being half a century later in date, and therefore able to set down accomplished facts where the earlier observer could only make forecasts. His extensive knowledge of foreign countries, by divesting him of insular prejudice, fitted him to handle his theme with impartiality, and his experience in the practical workings of British institutions gave him an insight into the practical defects and benefits of ours. That he has a keen eye for defects is obvious, but his tone is invariably sympathetic. So much so, in fact, that Goldwin Smith has accused him of being somewhat hard on England in some of his comparisons. The faults of the book pertain rather to the manner than to the matter. He does not mislead, but sometimes wearies, and in some portions of the work the frequent repetitions, the massing of details, and the absence of compact statement tend to obscure the general drift of his argument and to add unduly to the bulkiness of his volumes. The position of women in the United States, from the American Commonwealth. Social intercourse between youths and maidens is everywhere more easy and unrestrained than in England or Germany, not to speak of France. Yet there are considerable differences between the Eastern cities, whose usages have begun to approximate to those of Europe and other parts of the country. In the rural districts, and generally all over the West, young men and girls are permitted to walk together, drive together, go out to parties, and even to public entertainments together, without the presence of any third person who can be supposed to be looking after or taking charge of the girl. So a girl may, if she pleases, keep up a correspondence with a young man, nor will her parents think of interfering. She will have her own friends, who when they call at her house ask for her, and are received by her, it may be alone, because they are not deemed to be necessarily the friends of her parents also, nor even of her sisters. In the cities of the Atlantic States, it is now thought scarcely correct for a young man to take a young lady out for a solitary drive, and in few sets would he be permitted to escort her alone to the theatre. But girls still go without chaperones to dances, the hostess being deemed to act as chaperone for all her guests. And as regards both correspondence and the right to have one's own circle of acquaintances, the usage even of New York or Boston allows more liberty than does that of London or Edinburgh. It was at one time, and it may possibly still be, not uncommon for a group of young people who know one another well to make up an autumn party in the woods. They choose some mountain and forest region, such as the Adirondack wilderness west of Lake Champlain, engage 3 or 4 guides, embark with guns and fishing rods, tents, blankets, and a stock of groceries, and pass in boats up the rivers and across the lakes of this wild country, through 60 or 70 miles of trackless forest, to their chosen camping ground at the foot of some tall rock that rises from the still crystal of the lake. Here they build their bark hut and spread their beds of the elastic and fragrant hemlock boughs. The youths roam about during the day, tracking the deer. The girls read and work and bake the corn cakes. At night there is a merry gathering round the fire, or a row in the soft moonlight. On these expeditions, brothers will take their sisters and cousins, who bring perhaps some lady friends with them. The brothers' friends will come too, and all will live together in a fraternal way for weeks or months, though no elderly relative or married lady be of the party. There can be no doubt that the pleasure of life is sensibly increased by the greater freedom which transatlantic custom permits, and as the Americans insist that no bad results have followed, one notes with regret that freedom declines in the places which deem themselves most civilized. American girls have been, so far as a stranger can ascertain, less disposed to what are called fast ways than girls of the corresponding classes in England, and exercise in this respect a pretty rigorous censorship over one another. But when two young people find pleasure in one another's company, they can see as much of each other as they please, can talk and walk together frequently, can show that they are mutually interested, and yet need have little fear of being misunderstood either by one another or by the rest of the world. It is all a matter of custom. In the West, custom sanctions this easy friendship. In the Atlantic cities, so soon as people have come to find something exceptional in it, constraint is felt, and a conventional etiquette like that of the old world, begins to replace the innocent simplicity of the older time, the test of whose merit may be gathered from the universal persuasion in America that happy marriages are in the middle and upper ranks more common than in Europe, and that this is due to the ampler opportunities which young men and women have of learning one another's characters and habits before becoming betrothed. Most girls have a larger range of intimate acquaintances than girls have in Europe. Intercourse is franker, there is less difference between the manners of home and the manners of general society. The conclusions of a stranger are in such matters of no value, so I can only repeat that I have never met any judicious American lady who, however well she knew the Old World, did not think that the New World customs conduced more both to the pleasantness of life before marriage and to constancy and concord after it. In no country are women, and especially young women, so much made of. The world is at their feet. Society seems organized for the purpose of providing enjoyment for them. Parents, uncles, aunts, elderly friends, even brothers, are ready to make their comfort and convenience bend to the girl's wishes. The wife has fewer opportunities for reigning over the world of amusements, because except among the richest people she has more to do in household management than in England, owing to the scarcity of servants, but she holds in her own house a more prominent, if not a more substantially powerful position than in England or even in France. With the German Hausfrau, who is too often content to be a mere housewife, there is of course no comparison. The best proof of the superior place American ladies occupy is to be found in the notions they profess to entertain of the relations of an English married pair. They talk of the English wife as little better than a slave, declaring that when they stay with English friends, or receive an English couple in America, they see the wife always deferring to the husband, and the husband always assuming that his pleasure and convenience are to prevail. The European wife, they admit, often gets her own way, but she gets it by tactful arts, by flattery, or wheedling, or playing on the man's weaknesses. Whereas in America the husband's duty and desire is to gratify the wife, and render to her those services which the English tyrant exacts from his consort. One may often hear an American matron commiserate a friend who is married in Europe, while the daughters declare in chorus that they will never follow the example. Laughable as all this may seem to English women, it is perfectly true that the theory as well as the practice of conjugal life is not the same in America as in England. There are overbearing husbands in America, but they are more condemned by the opinion of the neighbourhood than in England. There are exacting wives in England, but their husbands are more pitied than would be the case in America. In neither country can one say that the principle of perfect equality reigns, for in America the balance inclines nearly, though not quite, as much in favour of the wife as it does in England in favour of the husband. No one man can have a sufficiently large acquaintance in both countries to entitle his individual opinion on the results to much weight. So far as I have been able to collect views from those observers who have lived in both countries, they are in favour of the American practice, perhaps because the theory it is based on departs less from pure equality than does that of England. These observers do not mean that the recognition of women as equals or superiors makes them any better or sweeter or wiser than English women, but rather that the principle of equality, by correcting the characteristic faults of men, and especially their selfishness and vanity, is more conducive to the concord and happiness of a home. They conceive that to make the wife feel her independence and responsibility more strongly than she does in Europe tends to brace and expand her character, while conjugal affection, usually stronger in her than in the husband, inasmuch as there are fewer competing interests, saves her from abusing the precedence yielded to her. This seems to be true, but I have heard others maintain that the American system, since it does not require the wife habitually to forego her own wishes, tends, if not to make her self-indulgent and capricious, yet slightly to impair the more delicate charms of character, as it is written, "It is more blessed to give than to receive." A European cannot spend an evening in an American drawing-room without perceiving that the attitude of men to women is not that with which he is familiar at home. The average European man has usually a slight sense of condescension when he talks to a woman on serious subjects. Even if she is his superior in intellect, in character, in social rank, he thinks that as a man he is her superior, and consciously or unconsciously talks down to her. She is too much accustomed to this to resent it, unless it becomes tastelessly palpable. Such a notion does not cross an American's mind. He talks to a woman just as he would to a man, of course with more deference of manner, and with a proper regard to the topics likely to interest her, but giving her his intellectual best, addressing her as a person whose opinion is understood by both to be worth as much as his own. Similarly, an American lady does not expect to have conversation made to her. It is just as much her duty or pleasure to lead it as the man's is. And more often than not she takes the burden from him, darting along with a gay vivacity which puts to shame his slower wits. It need hardly be said that in all cases where the two sexes come into competition for comfort, the provision is made first for women. In railroads, the end car of the train, being that furthest removed from the smoke of the locomotive, is often reserved for them, though men accompanying a lady are allowed to enter it. And at hotels, their sitting-room is the best, and sometimes the only available public room, ladyless guests being driven to the bar or the hall. In omnibuses and horse-cars, tram-cars, it was formerly the custom for a gentleman to rise and offer his seat to a lady if there were no vacant place. This is now less universally done. In New York and Boston, and I think also in San Francisco, I have seen the men keep their seats when ladies entered. And I recollect one occasion when the offer of a seat to a lady was declined by her, on the ground that as she had chosen to enter a full car, she ought to take the consequences. It was, I was told in Boston, a feeling of this kind that had led to the discontinuance of the old courtesy. When ladies constantly pressed into the already crowded vehicles, the men, who could not secure the enforcement of the regulations against overcrowding, tried to protect themselves by refusing to rise. It is sometimes said that the privileges yielded to American women have disposed them to claim as a right what was only a courtesy, and have told unfavourably upon their manners. I know of several instances, besides this one of the horse cars, which might seem to support the criticism, but cannot on the whole think it well founded. The better bred women do not presume on their sex, and the area of good breeding is always widening. It need hardly be said that the community at large gains by the softening and restraining influence which the reverence for womanhood diffuses. Nothing so quickly incenses the people as any insult offered to a woman. Wife-beating, and indeed any kind of rough violence offered to women, is far less common among the rudest class than it is in England. Field work, or work at the pit mouth of mines, is seldom or never done by women in America, and the American traveller, who in some parts of Europe finds women performing severe manual labour, is revolted by the sight in a way which Europeans find surprising. In the farther west, that is to say, beyond the Mississippi, in the Rocky Mountain and Pacific states, one is much struck by what seems the absence of the humblest class of women. The trains are full of poorly dressed, and sometimes, though less frequently, rough-mannered men. One discovers no women whose dress or air marks them out as the wives, daughters, or sisters of these men, and wonders whether the male population is celibate, and if so, why there are so many women. Closer observation shows that the wives, daughters, and sisters are there, only their attire and manner are those of what Europeans would call middle class, and not working class people. This is partly due to the fact that Western men affect a rough dress. Still, one may say that the remark is often made that the masses of the American people correspond to the middle class of Europe. It is more true of the women than of the men, and is more true of them in the rural districts and in the West than it is of the inhabitants of Atlantic cities. I remember to have been dawdling in a bookstore in a small town in Oregon when a lady entered to inquire if a monthly magazine, whose name was unknown to me, had yet arrived. When she was gone, I asked the salesman who she was and what was the periodical she wanted. He answered that she was the wife of a railway workman, that the magazine was a journal of fashions, and that the demand for such journals was large and constant among women of the wage-earning class in the town. This set me to observing female dress more closely, and it turned out to be perfectly true that the women in these little towns were following the Parisian fashions very closely, and were in fact ahead of the majority of English ladies belonging to the professional and mercantile classes. Of course, in such a town as I refer to, there are no domestic servants except in the hotels. Indeed, almost the only domestic service to be had in the Pacific States was till very recently that of Chinese. So these votaries of fashion did all their own housework and looked after their own babies. Three causes combine to create among American women an average of literary taste and influence higher than that of women in any European country. These are the educational facilities they enjoy, the recognition of the equality of the sexes in the whole social and intellectual sphere, and the leisure which they possess as compared with men. In a country where men are incessantly occupied at their business or profession, the function of keeping up the level of culture devolves upon women. It is safe in their hands. They are quick and keen-witted, less fond of open-air life and physical exertion than English women are, and obliged by the climate to pass a greater part of their time under shelter from the cold of winter and the sun of summer. For music and for the pictorial arts they do not yet seem to have formed so strong a taste as for literature, partly perhaps owing to the fact that in America the opportunities of seeing and hearing masterpieces, except indeed operas, are rarer than in Europe. But they are eager and assiduous readers of all such books and periodicals as do not presuppose special knowledge in some branch of science or learning, while the number who have devoted themselves to some special study and attained proficiency in it is large. The fondness for sentiment, especially moral and domestic sentiment, which is often observed as characterizing American taste in literature, seems to be mainly due to the influence of women, for they form not only the larger part of the reading public, but an independent-minded part, not disposed to adopt the canons laid down by men, and their preferences count for more in the opinions and predilections of the whole nation than is the case in England. Similarly, the number of women who write is infinitely larger in America than in Europe. Fiction, essays, and poetry are naturally their favorite provinces. In poetry more particularly, many whose names are quite unknown in Europe have attained widespread fame. Someone may ask how far the differences between the position of women in America and their position in Europe are due to democracy, or if not to this, then to what other cause? They are due to democratic feeling, in so far as they spring from the notion that all men are free and equal, possessed of certain inalienable rights, and owing certain corresponding duties. This root idea of democracy cannot stop at defining men as male human beings any more than it could ultimately stop at defining them as white human beings. For many years the Americans believed in equality with the pride of discoverers as well as with the fervor of apostles. Accustomed to apply it to all sorts and conditions of men, they were naturally the first to apply it to women also, not indeed as respects politics, but in all the social as well as legal relations of life. Democracy is in America more respectful of the individual, less disposed to infringe his freedom or subject him to any sort of legal or family control than it has shown itself in continental Europe, and this regard for the individual inured to the benefit of women. Of the other causes that have worked in the same direction, two may be mentioned. One is the usage of the Congregationalist, Presbyterian, and Baptist churches, under which a woman who is a member of the congregation has the same rights in choosing a deacon, elder, or pastor as a man has. Another is the fact that among the westward moving settlers women were at first few in number and were therefore treated with special respect. The habit then formed was retained as the communities grew and propagated itself all over the country. What have been the results on the character and usefulness of women themselves? Favorable. They have opened to them a wider life and more variety of career, while the special graces of the feminine character do not appear to have suffered. there has been produced a sort of independence and a capacity for self-help which are increasingly valuable as the number of unmarried women increases. More resources are open to an American woman who has to lead a solitary life, not merely in the way of employment, but for the occupation of her mind and tastes, than to a European spinster or widow, while her education has not rendered the American wife less competent for the discharge of household duties. How has the nation at large been affected by the development of this new type of womanhood, or rather perhaps of this variation on the English type? If women have on the whole gained, it is clear that the nation gains through them. As mothers, they mould the character of their children, while the function of forming the habits of society and determining its moral tone rests greatly in their hands. But there is reason to think that the influence of the American system tells directly for good upon men as well as upon the whole community. Men gain in being brought to treat women as equals rather than as graceful playthings or useful drudges. The respect for women which every American man either feels or is obliged by public sentiment to profess has a wholesome effect on his conduct and character, and serves to check the cynicism which some other peculiarities of the country foster. The nation as a whole owes to the active benevolence of its women and their zeal in promoting social reforms, benefits which the customs of continental Europe would scarcely have permitted women to confer. Europeans have of late years begun to render a well-deserved admiration to the brightness and vivacity of American ladies. Those who know the work they have done and are doing in many a noble cause will admire still more their energy, their courage, their self-devotion. No country seems to owe more to its women than America does, nor to owe to them so much of what is best in social institutions and in the beliefs that govern conduct. By permission of James Bryce and the Macmillan Company. End of section 37.
Section 38 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rick Vina. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6, by various authors. Section 38. The Ascent of Ararat and the Work of the Roman Empire, by James Bryce. The Ascent of Ararat, from Transcaucasia and Ararat. About 1 a.m. we got off, 13 in all, and made straight across the grassy hollows for the ridges which trend up towards the Great Cone, running parallel in a west-northwesterly direction, and enclosing between them several long, narrow depressions, hardly deep enough to be called valleys. The Kurds led the way, and at first we made pretty good progress. The Cossacks seemed fair walkers, though less stalwart than the Kurds. The pace generally was better than that with which Swiss guides start. However, we were soon cruelly undeceived. In 25 minutes there came a steep bit, and at the top of it they flung themselves down on the grass to rest. So did we all. Less than half a mile farther, Down they dropped again, and this time we were obliged to give the signal for resuming the march. In another quarter of an hour they were down once more, and so it continued for the rest of the way. Every 10 minutes walking, it was seldom steep enough to be called actual climbing, was followed by 7 or 8 minutes of sitting still, smoking and chattering. How they did chatter! It was to no purpose that we continued to move on when they sat down, or that we rose to go before they had sufficiently rested. They looked at one another, so far as I could make out by the faint light, and occasionally they laughed, but they would not and did not stir till such time as pleased themselves. We were helpless. Impossible to go on alone, impossible also to explain to them why every moment was precious, for the acquaintance who had acted as interpreter had been obliged to stay behind at Sardarbulak, and we were absolutely without means of communication with our companions. One could not even be angry, had there been any use in that, for they were perfectly good-humored. It was all very well to beckon them, or pull them by the elbow, or clap them on the back. They thought this was only our fun, and sat still and chattered all the same. When it grew light enough to see the hands of a watch, and mark how the hours advanced, while the party did not, we began for a second time to despair of success. About 3 a.m., there suddenly sprang up from behind the Median Mountains the morning star, shedding a light such as no star ever gave in these northern climes of ours, a light that almost outshone the moon. An hour later, it began to pale in the first faint flush of yellowish light that spread over the eastern heaven, and first the rocky masses above us, then little Ararat, throwing behind him a gigantic shadow. Then the long lines of mountains beyond the Araxes became revealed, while the wide Araxes plain still lay dim and shadowy below. One by one, the stars died out as the yellow turned to a deeper glow that shot forth in long streamers, the rosy fingers of the dawn, from the horizon to the zenith. Cold and ghostly lay the snows on the mighty cone, till at last there came upon their topmost slope, 6,000 feet above us, a sudden blush of pink. Swiftly it floated down the eastern face, and touched and kindled the rocks just above us. Then the sun flamed out, and in a moment the Araxes valley and all the hollows of the savage ridges we were crossing were flooded with overpowering light. It was nearly 6 o'clock, and progress became easier now that we could see our way distinctly. The Cossacks seemed to grow lazier, halting as often as before, and walking less briskly. In fact, they did not relish the exceeding roughness of the jagged lava ridges along whose tops or sides we toiled. I could willingly have lingered here myself, for in the hollows, wherever a little soil appeared, some interesting plants were growing, whose similarity to and difference from the alpine species of Western Europe alike excited one's curiosity. Time allowed me to secure only a few. I trusted to get more on the way back, but this turned out to be impossible. As we scrambled along a ridge above a long, narrow, winding glen filled with loose blocks, one of the Kurds suddenly swooped down like a vulture from the height on a spot at the bottom, and began peering and grubbing among the stones. In a minute or two he cried out, and the rest followed. He had found a spring, and by scraping in the gravel had made a tiny basin out of which we could manage to drink a little. Here was a fresh cause of delay. Everybody was thirsty, and everybody must drink, not only the water which, as we afterwards saw, trickled down hither under the stones from a snow bed 700 feet higher. But the water mixed with some whiskey from a flask my friend carried, which, even in this highly diluted state, the Cossacks took to heartily. When at last we got them up and away again, they began to waddle and strangle. After a while, 2 or 3 sat down, and plainly gave us to see they would go no farther. By the time we had reached a little snow bed, whence the now strong sun was drawing a stream of water, and halted on the rocks beside it for breakfast, there were only 2 Cossacks and the 4 Kurds left with us, the rest having scattered themselves about somewhere lower down. We had no idea what instructions they had received, nor whether indeed they had been told anything, except to bring us as far as they could, to see that the Kurds brought the baggage, and to fetch us back again, which last was essential for Jaafar's peace of mind. We concluded, therefore, that if left to themselves they would probably wait our return, and the day was running on so fast that it was clear there was no more time to be lost in trying to drag them along with us. Accordingly, I resolved to take what I wanted in the way of food, and start at my own pace. My friend, who carried more weight and had felt the want of training on our way up, decided to come no farther, but wait about here and look out for me towards nightfall. We noted the landmarks carefully: the little snow bed, the head of the glen covered with reddish masses of stone and gravel, and high above it, standing out of the face of the great cone of Ararat, a bold peak, or rather projecting tooth of black rock, which our Cossacks called the monastery, and which, I suppose from the same fancied resemblance to a building, is said to be called in Tatar Tak Kilisa, the church rock. It is doubtless an old cone of eruption, about 13,000 feet in height, and is really the upper end of the long ridge we had been following, which may perhaps represent a lava flow from it, or the edge of a fissure which at this point found a vent. It was an odd position to be in. Guides of 2 different races, unable to communicate either with us or with one another. Guides who could not lead and would not follow. Guides, one half of whom were supposed to be there to save us from being robbed and murdered by the other half, but all of whom, I am bound to say, looked for the moment equally simple and friendly, the swarthy Iranian as well as the blue-eyed Slav. At 8 o'clock I buckled on my canvas gaiters, thrust some crusts of bread, a lemon, a small flask of cold tea, 4 hard-boiled eggs, and a few meat lozenges into my pocket, bade good-bye to my friend, and set off. Rather to our surprise, the 2 Cossacks and one of the Kurds came with me, whether persuaded by a pantomime of encouraging signs, or simply curious to see what would happen. The ice axe had hugely amused the Cossacks all through. Climbing the ridge to the left, and keeping along its top for a little way, I then struck across the semicircular head of a wide glen, in the middle of which, a little lower, lay a snow bed over a long, steep slope of loose, broken stones and sand. This slope, a sort of talus or screen, as they say, in the lake country, was excessively fatiguing from the want of firm foothold, and when I reached the other side, I was already so tired and breathless, having been on foot since midnight, that it seemed almost useless to persevere farther. However, on the other side I got upon solid rock, where the walking was better, and was soon environed by a multitude of rills bubbling down over the stones from the stone slopes above. The summit of Little Ararat, which had for the last 2 hours provokingly kept at the same apparent height above me, began to sink, and before 10 o'clock I could look down upon its small, flat top, studded with lumps of rock, but bearing no trace of a crater. Mounting steadily along the same ridge, I saw, at a height of over 13,000 feet, lying on the loose blocks, a piece of wood about 4 feet long and 5 inches thick, evidently cut by some tool, and so far above the limit of trees that it could by no possibility be a natural fragment of one. Darting on it with a glee that astonished the Cossack and the Kurd, I held it up to them, and repeated several times the word Noah. The Cossack grinned, but he was such a cheery, genial fellow that I think he would have grinned whatever I had said, and I cannot be sure that he took my meaning, and recognized the wood as a fragment of the true ark. Whether it was really gopher wood, of which material the ark was built, I will not undertake to say, but am willing to submit to the inspection of the curious the bit which I cut off with my ice axe and brought away. Anyhow, it will be hard to prove that it is not gopher wood. And if there be any remains of the ark on Ararat at all, a point as to which the natives are perfectly clear, here, rather than the top, is the place where one might expect to find them, since in the course of ages they would get carried down by the onward movement of the snow beds along the declivities. This wood, therefore, suits all the requirements of the case. In fact, the argument is for the case of a relic exceptionally strong. The Crusaders who found the Holy Lance at Antioch, the Archbishop who recognized the Holy Coat at Treves, not to speak of many others, proceeded upon slighter evidence. I am, however, bound to admit that another explanation of the presence of this piece of timber on the rocks of this vast height did occur to me. But as no man is bound to discredit his own relic, and such is certainly not the practice of the Armenian Church, I will not disturb my readers' minds or yield to the rationalizing tendencies of the age by suggesting it. Fearing that the ridge by which we were mounting would become too precipitous higher up, I turned off to the left and crossed a long, narrow snow slope that descended between this ridge and another line of rocks more to the west. It was firm and just steep enough to make steps cut in the snow comfortable, though not necessary, so the ice axe was brought into use. The Cossack who accompanied me, there was but one now, for the other Cossack had gone away to the right some time before, and was quite lost to view, had brought my friend's alpenstock, and was developing a considerable capacity for wielding it. He followed nimbly across, but the Kurd stopped on the edge of the snow, and stood, peering and hesitating, like one who shivers on the plank at a bathing place, nor could the jeering cries of the Cossack induce him to venture on the treacherous surface. Meanwhile, we who had crossed were examining the broken cliff which rose above us. It looked not exactly dangerous, but a little troublesome, as if it might want some care to get over or through. So after a short rest, I stood up, touched my Cossack's arm, and pointed upward. He reconnoitered the cliff with his eye and shook his head. Then, with various gestures of hopefulness, I clapped him on the back and made as though to pull him along. He looked at the rocks again and pointed to them, stroked his knees, turned up, and pointed to the soles of his boots, which certainly were suffering from the lava, and once more solemnly shook his head. This was conclusive, so I conveyed to him my pantomime that he had better go back to the bivouac where my friend was, rather than remain here alone, and that I hoped to meet him there in the evening, took an affectionate farewell, and turned towards the rocks. there was evidently nothing for it but to go on alone. It was 10:30, and the height about 13,600 feet, little Ararat now lying nearly 1,000 feet below the eye. Not knowing how far the ridge I was following might continue passable, I was obliged to stop frequently to survey the rocks above and erect little piles of stone to mark the way. This not only consumed time, but so completely absorbed the attention that for hours together I scarcely noticed the marvelous landscape spread out beneath, and felt the solemn grandeur of the scenery far less than many times before on less striking mountains. Solitude at great heights, or among majestic rocks or forests, commonly stirs in us all deep veins of feeling, joyous or saddening, or more often of joy and sadness mingled. Here the strain on the observing senses seemed too great for fancy or emotion to have any scope. When the mind is preoccupied by the task of the moment, imagination is checked. This was a race against time, in which I could only scan the cliffs for a route, refer constantly to the watch, husband my strength by morsels of food taken at frequent intervals, and endeavor to conceive how a particular block or bit of slope which it would be necessary to recognize would look when seen the other way in descending. All the way up this rock slope, which proved so fatiguing that for the fourth time I had almost given up hope, I kept my eye fixed on its upper end to see what signs there were of crags or snowfields above. But the mist lay steadily at the point where the snow seemed to begin, and it was impossible to say what might be hidden behind that soft white curtain. As little could I conjecture the height I had reached by looking around, as one so often does on mountain ascents, upon other summits, for by this time I was thousands of feet above little Ararat, the next highest peak visible, and could scarcely guess how many thousands. From this tremendous height it looked more like a broken obelisk than an independent summit 12,800 feet in height. Clouds covered the farther side of the great snow basin, and were seething like waves about the savage pinnacles, the towers of the Jinn Palace, which guard its lower margin, and past which my upward path had lain. With mists to the left and above, and a range of black precipices cutting off all view to the right, there came a vehement sense of isolation and solitude, and I began to understand better the awe with which the mountain silence inspires the Kurdish shepherds. Overhead, the sky had turned from dark blue to an intense bright green, a color whose strangeness seemed to add to the weird terror of the scene. It wanted barely an hour to the time when I had resolved to turn back, and as I struggled up the crumbling rocks, trying now to right and now to left, where the foothold looked a little firmer, I began to doubt whether there was strength enough left to carry me an hour higher. At length the rock slope came suddenly to an end, and I stepped out upon the almost level snow at the top of it, coming at the same time into the clouds, which naturally clung to the colder surfaces. A violent west wind was blowing, and the temperature must have been pretty low, for a big icicle at once enveloped the lower half of my face, and did not melt till I got to the bottom of the cone 4 hours afterwards. Unluckily, I was very thinly clad, the stout tweed coat reserved for such occasions having been stolen on a Russian railway. The only expedient to be tried against the piercing cold was to tighten in my loose, light coat by winding around the waist a Spanish faja, or scarf, which I had brought up to use in case of need as a neck wrapper. Its bright purple looked odd enough in such surroundings, but as there was nobody there to notice, appearances did not much matter. In the mist, which was now thick, the eye could pierce only some 30 yards ahead, so I walked on over the snow 5 or 6 minutes, following the rise of its surface, which was gentle, and fancying there might still be a good long way to go. To mark the backward track, I trailed the point of the ice axe along behind me in the soft snow, for there was no longer any landmark. All was cloud on every side. Suddenly, to my astonishment, the ground began to fall away to the north. I stopped. A puff of wind drove off the mists on one side, the opposite side to that by which I had come, and showed the Araxes plain at an abysmal depth below. It was the top of Ararat. The work of the Roman Empire. From the Holy Roman Empire. No one who reads the history of the last 300 years, no one, above all, who studies attentively the career of Napoleon, can believe it possible for any state, however great her energy and material resources, to repeat in modern Europe the part of ancient Rome, to gather into one vast political body races whose national individuality has grown more and more marked in each successive age. Nevertheless, it is in great measure due to Rome and to the Roman Empire of the Middle Ages that the bonds of national union are on the whole both stronger and nobler than they were ever before. The latest historian of Rome, Mommsen, after summing up the results to the world of his hero's career, closes his treatise with these words, quote, "There was in the world, as Caesar found it, the rich and noble heritage of past centuries, and an endless abundance of splendor and glory, but little soul, still less taste, and least of all joy in and through life. Truly, it was an old world, and even Caesar's genial patriotism could not make it young again. The blush of dawn returns not until the night has fully descended. Yet with him there came to the much tormented races of the Mediterranean a tranquil evening after a sultry day, and when after long historical night the new day broke once more upon the peoples, and fresh nations, in free, self-guided movement, began their course toward new and higher aims, many were found among them in whom the seed of Caesar had sprung up, many who owed him, and who owe him still, their national individuality." End quote. If this be the glory of Julius, the first great founder of the empire, so is it also the glory of Charles, the second founder, and of more than one among his Teutonic successors. The work of the medieval empire was self-destructive, and it fostered, while seeming to oppose, the nationalities that were destined to replace it. It tamed the barbarous races of the north, and forced them within the pale of civilization. It preserved the arts and literature of antiquity. In times of violence and oppression, it set before its subjects the duty of rational obedience to an authority whose watchwords were peace and religion. It kept alive, when national hatreds were most bitter, the notion of a great European Commonwealth, and by doing all this, it was in effect abolishing the need for a centralizing and despotic power like itself. It was making men capable of using national independence aright. It was teaching them to rise to that conception of spontaneous activity, and a freedom which is above law, but not against it, to which national independence itself, if it is to be a blessing at all, must be only a means. Those who mark what has been the tendency of events since A.D. 1789, and who remember how many of the crimes and calamities of the past are still but half redressed, need not be surprised to see the so-called principle of nationalities advocated with honest devotion as the final and perfect form of political development. But such undistinguishing advocacy is after all only the old error in a new shape. If all other history did not bid us beware the habit of taking the problems and the conditions of our own age for those of all time, the warning which the Empire gives might alone be warning enough. From the days of Augustus down to those of Charles V, the whole civilized world believed in its existence as a part of the eternal fitness of things, and Christian theologians were not behind heathen poets in declaring that when it perished, the world would perish with it. Yet the empire is gone, and the world remains, and hardly notes the change. End of section 38.
Section 39 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in May 2015. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6, by various authors. Section 39. Selected excerpts from Curiosities of Natural History by Francis Trevelyan Buckland. Francis Trevelyan Buckland, 1826 to 1880. Certainly, among the most useful of writers are the popularizers of science, those who can describe in readable, picturesque fashion those wonders and innumerable inhabitants of the world which the driest dusts discover, but which are apt to escape the attention of idlers or of the busy workers in other fields. Sometimes, not often, the same man unites the capacities of a patient and accurate investigator and of an accomplished narrator. To such men the field of enjoyment is boundless, as is the opportunity to promote the enjoyment of others. One of these two-sided men was Francis Trevelyan Buckland, popularly known as Frank Buckland, and so called in some of his books. His father, William Buckland, at the time of the son's birth Canon of Christ College, Oxford, and subsequently Dean of Westminster, was the well-known geologist. As the father's life was devoted to the study of the inorganic, so that of the son was absorbed in the investigation of the organic world. He never tired of watching the habits of living creatures of all kinds. He lived, as it were, in a menagerie, and it is related that his numerous callers were accustomed to the most familiar and impertinent demonstrations on the part of his monkeys and various other pets. He was an expert salmon fisher, and his actual speciality was fishes, but he could not have these about him so conveniently as some other forms of life, and he extended his studies and specimens widely beyond ichthyology. Buckland was born December 17, 1826, and died December 19, 1880. Brought up in a scientific atmosphere, he was all his life interested in the same subjects. Educated as a physician and surgeon, and distinguished for his anatomical skill, his training fitted him for the careful investigation which is necessary on the part of the biologist. He was fortunate, too, in receiving, in early middle life, the government appointment of Inspector of Salmon Fisheries, and so being enabled to devote himself wholly to his favorite pursuits. In this position he was unwearied in his efforts to develop pisciculture and to improve the apparatus used by the fishermen, interesting himself also in the condition of themselves and their families. He was always writing. He was a very frequent contributor to The Field from its foundation in 1856, and subsequently to Land and Water, a periodical which he started in 1866, and to other periodicals. He published a number of volumes, made up in great part from his contributions to periodicals, most of them of a popular character and full of interesting information. Among those which are best known are the Curiosities of Natural History, 1857–72, the Log Book of a Fisherman and Geologist, 1875, a Natural History of British Fishes, 1881, and Notes and Jottings from Animal Life, which was not issued until 1882, though the material was selected by himself. Buckland was of a jovial disposition, and always sure to see the humorous side of the facts which were presented to him, and in his social life he was extremely unconventional and inclined to merry pranks. His books are as delightful as was their writer. They are records of accurate, useful, eye-opening details as to fauna, all the world over. They are written with a brisk, sincere informality that suggests the lively talker rather than the writer. He takes us a-walking in green lanes and woods, and a-wading in brooks and still pools, not drawing us into a classroom or a study. He enters into the heart and life of creatures, and shows us how we should do the same. A lively humour is in all his popular pages. He instructs while smiling, and he is a savant while a light-hearted friend. Few English naturalists are as genial, not even White of Selborne, and few as wide in didactics. To know him is a profit indeed, but just as surely a pleasure. A Hunt in a Horse Pond, from Curiosities of Natural History. Well, let us have a look at the pond world, choose a dry place at the side, and fix our eyes steadily upon the dirty water. What shall we see? Nothing at first, but wait a minute or two. A little round black knob appears in the middle. Gradually it rises higher and higher, till at last you can make out a frog's head, with his great eyes staring hard at you, like the eyes of the frog in the woodcut facing Aesop's fable of the frog and the bull. Not a bit of his body do you see. He is much too cunning for that. He does not know who or what you are. You may be a heron, his mortal enemy, for aught he knows. You move your arm. He thinks it is the heron's bill coming. Down he goes again, and you see him not. A few seconds he regains courage and reappears, having probably communicated the intelligence to the other frogs, for many big heads and many big eyes appear in all parts of the pond, looking like so many hippopotami on a small scale. Soon a conversational "work, work, work" begins. You don't understand it. Luckily, perhaps, as from the swelling in their throats it is evident that the colony is outraged by the intrusion, and the remarks passing are not complimentary to the intruder. These frogs are all respectable, grown-up, well-to-do frogs, and they have in this pond duly deposited their spawn, and then, hard-hearted creatures, left it to its fate. It has, however, taken care of itself, and is now hatched, at least that part of it which has escaped the hands of the gypsies, who not unfrequently prescribe baths of this natural jelly for rheumatism. In some places, from their making this peculiar noise, frogs have been called Dutch nightingales. In Scotland, too, they have a curious name, paddock or puddick, but there is poetical authority for it. The water snake whom fish and paddocks feed, with staring scales lies poisoned. Dryden. Returning from the University of Gießen, I brought with me about a dozen green tree frogs, which I had caught in the woods near the town. The Germans call them Laubfrosch, or leaf frog. They are most difficult things to find, on account of their colour so much resembling the leaves on which they live. I have frequently heard one singing in a small bush, and though I have searched carefully, have not been able to find him. The only way is to remain quite quiet till he again begins his song. After much ambush work, at length I collected a dozen frogs and put them in a bottle. I started at night on my homeward journey by the diligence, and I put the bottle containing the frogs into the pocket inside the diligence. My fellow passengers were sleepy, old, smoke-dried Germans. Very little conversation took place, and after the first mile everyone settled himself to sleep, and soon all were snoring. I suddenly awoke with a start, and found all the sleepers had been roused at the same moment. On their sleepy faces were depicted fear and anger. What had woke us all up so suddenly? The morning was just breaking, and my frogs, though in the dark pocket of the coach, had found it out, and with one accord all 12 of them had begun their morning song. As if at a given signal, they one and all of them began to croak as loud as ever they could. The noise their united concert made seemed, in the closed compartment of the coach, quite deafening. Well might the Germans look angry, they wanted to throw the frogs, bottle and all, out of the window, but I gave the bottle a good shaking, and made the frogs keep quiet. The Germans all went to sleep again, but I was obliged to remain awake, to shake the frogs when they began to croak. It was lucky that I did so, for they tried to begin their concert again 2 or 3 times. These frogs came safely to Oxford, and the day after their arrival, a stupid housemaid took off the top of the bottle to see what was inside. One of the frogs croaked at that instant, and so frightened her that she dared not put the cover on again. They all got loose in the garden, where I believe the ducks ate them, for I never heard or saw them again. On Rats, from Curiosities of Natural History. On one occasion, when a boy, I recollect secretly borrowing an old-fashioned flint gun from the bird-keeper of the farm to which I had been invited. I ensconced myself behind the door of the pigsty, determined to make a victim of one of the many rats that were accustomed to disport themselves among the straw that formed the bed of the farmer's pet bacon pigs. In a few minutes out came an old patriarchal-looking rat, who, having taken a careful survey, quietly began to feed. After a long aim, bang went the gun. I fell backwards, knocked down by the recoil of the rusty old piece of artillery. I did not remain prone long, for I was soon roused by the most unearthly squeaks, and a dreadful noise as of an infuriated animal madly rushing round and round the sty. Ye gods, what had I done? I had not surely, like the tailor in the old song of the carrion crow, shot and missed my mark, and shot the old sow right bang through the heart. But I had nearly performed a similar sportsmanlike feat. There was poor piggy, the blood flowing in streamlets from several small punctures in that part of his body destined, at no very distant period, to become ham, in vain attempting, by dismal cries and by energetic waggings of its curly tail, to appease the pain of the charge of small shot which had so unceremoniously awakened him from his porcine dreams of oatmeal and boiled potatoes. But where was the rat? He had disappeared unhurt. The buttocks of the unfortunate pig, the rightful owner of the premises, had received the charge of shot intended to destroy the daring intruder. To appease piggy's wrath, I gave him a bucketful of food from the hog-tub, and while he was thus consoling his inward self, wiped off the blood from the wounded parts, and saying nothing about it to anybody. No doubt, before this time, some frugal housewife has been puzzled and astonished at the unwonted appearance of a charge of small shot in the centre of the breakfast ham which she procured from Squire Moorland of Sheepstead, Berks. Rats are very fond of warmth, and will remain coiled up for hours in any snug retreat where they can find this very necessary element of their existence. The following anecdote well illustrates this point. My late father, when Fellow of Corpus College, Oxford, many years ago, on arriving at his rooms late one night, found that a rat was running about among the books and geological specimens, behind the sofa, under the fender, and poking his nose into every hiding place he could find. Being studiously inclined and wishing to set to work at his books, he pursued them, armed with the poker in one hand and a large dictionary, big enough to crush any rat, in the other, but in vain. Mr. Rat was not to be caught, particularly when such arma scholastica were used. No sooner had the studies recommenced than the rat resumed his gambols, squeaking and rushing about the room like a mad creature. The battle was renewed and continued at intervals to the destruction of all studies, till quite a late hour at night, when the pursuer, angry and wearied, retired to his adjoining bedroom. Though he listened attentively, he heard no more of the enemy, and soon fell asleep. In the morning he was astonished to find something warm lying on his chest. Carefully lifting up the bedclothes, he discovered his tormentor of the preceding night quietly and snugly ensconced in a fold in the blanket, and taking advantage of the bodily warmth of his two-legged adversary. These two lay, looking daggers at each other for some minutes, the one unwilling to leave his warm berth, the other afraid to put his hand out from under the protection of the coverlid, particularly as the stranger's aspect was anything but friendly, his little sharp teeth and fierce little black eyes seeming to say, "Paws off from me, if you please." At length, remembering the maxim that discretion is the better part of valour, the truth of which I imagine rats understand as well as most creatures, he made a sudden jump off the bed, scuttled away into the next room, and was never seen or heard of afterwards. Rats are not selfish animals. Having found out where the feast is stored, they will kindly communicate the intelligence to their friends and neighbours. The following anecdote will confirm this fact. A certain worthy old lady named Mrs. Oakey, who resided at Axminster several years ago, made a cask of sweet wine, for which she was celebrated, and carefully placed it on a shelf in the cellar. The second night after this event she was frightened almost to death by a strange unaccountable noise in the said cellar. The household was called up, and a search made, but nothing was found to clear up the mystery. The next night, as soon as the lights were extinguished and the house quiet, this dreadful noise was heard again. This time it was most alarming, a sound of squeaking, crying, knocking, pattering feet, then a dull scratching sound, with many other such ghostly noises, which continued throughout the livelong night. The old lady lay in bed with the candle alight, pale and sleepless with fright, anon muttering her prayers, anon determining to fire off the rusty old blunderbuss that hung over the chimney-piece. At last the morning broke, and the cock began to crow. Now, thought she, the ghosts must disappear. To her infinite relief the noise really did cease, and the poor frightened dame adjusted her nightcap and fell asleep. Great preparations had she made for the next night. Farm servants armed with pitchforks slept in the house. The maids took the family dinner-bell and the tinder-box into their rooms. The big dog was tied to the hall-table. Then the dame retired to her room, not to sleep, but to sit up in the armchair by the fire, keeping a drowsy guard over the neighbours' loaded horse-pistols, of which she was almost as much afraid as she was of the ghost in the cellar. Sure enough, her warlike preparations had succeeded. The ghost was certainly frightened. Not a noise, not a sound, except the heavy snoring of the bumpkins and the rattling of the dog's chain in the hall, could be heard. She had gained a complete victory. The ghost was never heard again on the premises, and the whole affair was soon forgotten. Some weeks afterward, some friends dropped in to take a cup of tea and talk over the last piece of gossip. Among other things, the wine was mentioned, and the maid sent to get some from the cellar. She soon returned, and, gasping for breath, rushed into the room, exclaiming, "'Tis all gone, ma'am!" And sure enough it was all gone. "The ghost has taken it." Not a drop was left, only the empty cask remained. The side was half eaten away, and marks of sharp teeth were visible round the ragged margins of the newly made bungholes. This discovery fully accounted for the noise the ghost had made, which caused so much alarm. The aboriginal rats in the dame's cellar had found out the wine, and communicated the joyful news to all the other rats in the parish. They had assembled there to enjoy the fun and get very tipsy, which, judging from the noise they made, they certainly did, on this treasured cask of wine. Being quite a family party, they had finished it in 2 nights, and having got all they could, like wise rats, they returned to their respective homes, perfectly unconscious that their merry-making had nearly been the death of the rightful owner and founder of the feast. They had first gnawed out the cork, and got as much as they could. They soon found that the more they drank, the lower the wine became. Perseverance is the motto of the rat, so they set to work and ate away the wood to the level of the wine again. This they continued till they had emptied the cask. They must then have got into it and licked up the last drains, for another and less agreeable smell was substituted for that of wine. I may add that this cask, with the side gone, and the marks of the rat's teeth, is still in my possession. Snakes and their poison. From Curiosities of Natural History. Be it known to any person to whose lot it should fall to rescue a person from the crushing folds of a boa constrictor, that it is no use pulling and hauling at the centre of the brute's body. Catch hold of the tip of his tail. He then can be easily unwound. He cannot help himself. He must come off. Again, if you wish to kill a snake, it is no use hitting and trying to crush his head. The bones of the head are composed of the densest material, affording effectual protection to the brain underneath, a wise provision for the animal's preservation. For were his skull brittle, his habit of crawling on the ground would render it very liable to be fractured. The spinal cord runs down the entire length of the body. This being wounded, the animal is disabled or killed instanter. Strike therefore his tail, and not his head, for at his tail the spinal cord is but thinly covered with bone, and suffers readily from injury. This practice is applicable to eels. If you want to kill an eel, it is not much use belabouring his head. Strike, however, his tail 2 or 3 times against any hard substance, and he is quickly dead. About 4 years ago, I myself, in person, had painful experience of the awful effects of snake's poison. I have received a dose of the cobra's poison into my system, luckily a minute dose, or I should not have survived it. The accident happened in a very curious way. I was poisoned by the snake, but not bitten by him. I got the poison second-hand. Anxious to witness the effects of the poison of the cobra upon a rat, I took up a couple in a bag alive to a certain cobra. I took one rat out of the bag and put him into the cage with the snake. The cobra was coiled up among the stones in the centre of the cage, apparently asleep. When he heard the noise of the rat falling into the cage, he just looked up and put out his tongue, hissing at the same time. The rat got in a corner and began washing himself, keeping one eye on the snake, whose appearance he evidently did not half like. Presently the rat ran across the snake's body, and in an instant the latter assumed his fighting attitude. As the rat passed the snake, he made a dart, but missing his aim, hit his nose a pretty hard blow against the side of the cage. This accident seemed to anger him, for he spread out his crest and waved it to and fro in the beautiful manner peculiar to his kind. The rat became alarmed and ran near him again. Again Cobra made a dart and bit him, but did not, I think, inject any poison into him, the rat being so very active, at least no symptoms of poisoning were shown. The bite nevertheless aroused the ire of the rat, for he gathered himself for a spring, and, measuring his distance, sprang right onto the neck of the cobra, who was waving about in front of him. This plucky rat, determined to die hard, gave the cobra 2 or 3 severe bites in the neck, the snake keeping his body erect all this time, and endeavouring to turn his head round so as to bite the rat, who was clinging on like the old man in Sindbad the Sailor. Soon, however, Cobra changed his tactics. Tired, possibly, with sustaining the weight of the rat, he lowered his head, and the rat, finding himself again on terra firma, tried to run away. Not so, for the snake, collecting all his force, brought down his erected poison fangs, making his head tell by its weight in giving vigour to the blow, right onto the body of the rat. This poor beast now seemed to know that the fight was over and that he was conquered. He retired to a corner of the cage and began panting violently, endeavouring at the same time to steady his failing strength with his feet. His eyes were widely dilated and his mouth open as if gasping for breath. The cobra stood erect over him, hissing and putting out his tongue as if conscious of victory. In about 3 minutes the rat fell quietly on his side and expired. The cobra then moved off and took no further notice of his defunct enemy. About 10 minutes afterward the rat was hooked out of the cage for me to examine. No external wound could I see anywhere, so I took out my knife and began taking the skin off the rat. I soon discovered 2 very minute punctures, like small needle holes, in the side of the rat, where the fangs of the snake had entered. The parts between the skin and the flesh itself, appeared as though affected with mortification, even though the wound had not been inflicted above 1/4 of an hour, if so much. Anxious to see if the skin itself was affected, I scraped away the parts on it with my finger-nail. Finding nothing but the punctures, I threw the rat away and put the knife and skin in my pocket, and started to go away. I had not walked 100 yards before all of a sudden I felt just as if somebody had come behind me and struck me a severe blow on the head and neck, and at the same time I experienced the most acute pain and sense of oppression at the chest, as though a hot iron had been run in and 100 cwt put on the top of it. I knew instantly, from what I had read, that I was poisoned. I said as much to my friend, a most intelligent gentleman, who happened to be with me, and told him if I fell to give me brandy and eau de luce, words which he kept repeating in case he might forget them. At the same time I enjoined him to keep me going, and not on any account to allow me to lie down. I then forgot everything for several minutes, and my friend tells me I rolled about as if very faint and weak. He also informs me that the first thing I did was to fall against him, asking if I looked seedy. He most wisely answered, "No, you look very well." I don't think he thought so, for his own face was as white as a ghost, I recollect this much. He tells me my face was of a greenish-yellow colour. After walking, or rather staggering along for some minutes, I gradually recovered my senses and steered for the nearest chemist's shop. Rushing in, I asked for eau de luce. Of course he had none, but my eye caught the words "Spirit, Ammon, Co, or Hartshorn" on a bottle. I reached it down myself, and pouring a large quantity into a tumbler with a little water, both of which articles I found on a soda-water stand in the shop, drank it off, though it burned my mouth and lips very much. Instantly I felt relief from the pain at the chest and head. The chemist stood aghast, and on my telling him what was the matter, recommended a warm bath. If I had then followed his advice, these words would never have been placed on record. After a second draught at the hartshorn bottle, I proceeded on my way, feeling very stupid and confused. On arriving at my friend's residence close by, he kindly procured me a bottle of brandy, of which I drank 4 large wine-glasses, one after the other, but did not feel the least tipsy after the operation. Feeling nearly well, I started on my way home, and then for the first time perceived a most acute pain under the nail of the left thumb. This pain also ran up the arm. I set to work to suck the wound, and then found out how the poison had got into the system. About an hour before I examined the dead rat, I had been cleaning the nail with a penknife, and had slightly separated the nail from the skin beneath. Into this little crack the poison had got when I was scraping the rat's skin to examine the wound. How virulent, therefore, must the poison of the cobra be? It had already been circulating in the body of the rat, from which I had imbibed it second hand. My monkey Jacko. From Curiosities of Natural History. After some considerable amount of bargaining, in which amusing, sometimes animated, not to say exciting exhibition of talent, Englishmen generally get worsted by the Frenchmen, as was the case in the present instance, Jacko became transferred, chain, tail, and all, to his new English master. Having arrived at the hotel, it became a question as to what was become of Jacko while his master was absent from home. A little closet opening into the wall of the bedroom offered itself as a temporary prison. Jacko was tied up securely, alas, how vain are the thoughts of man, to one of the row of pegs that were fastened against the wall. As the door closed on him, his wicked eyes seemed to say, "I'll do some mischief now," and sure enough he did, for when I came back to release him, like Aeneas, obstupni steteruntque come et vox fancibus haesit. Aghast, astonished, and struck dumb with fear, I stood, like bristles rose my stiffened hair. Dryden. The walls, that but half an hour previously were covered with a finely ornamented paper, now stood out in the bold nakedness of lath and plaster. The relics on the floor showed that the little wretch's fingers had by no means been idle. The pegs were all loosened, the individual peg to which his chain had been fastened torn completely from its socket, that the destroyer's movement might not be impeded, and an unfortunate garment that happened to be hung up in the closet was torn to 1,000 shreds. If ever Jack Sheppard had a successor, it was this monkey. If he had tied the torn bits of petticoat together and tried to make his escape from the window, I don't think I should have been much surprised. It was, after Jacko's misdeeds, quite evident that he must no longer be allowed full liberty, and a lawyer's blue bag, such as may be frequently seen in the dreaded neighbourhood of the Court of Chancery, filled, however, more frequently with papers and parchment than with monkeys, was provided for him, and this receptacle, which some hay placed at the bottom for a bed, became his new abode. It was a movable home, and therein lay the advantage, for when the strings of it were tied, there was no mode of escape. He could not get his hands through the aperture at the end to unfasten them, the bag was too strong for him to bite his way through, and his ineffectual efforts to get out only had the effect of making the bag roll along the floor, and occasionally make a jump up into the air, forming altogether an exhibition which, if advertised in the present day of wonders as le bag vivant, would attract crowds of delighted and admiring citizens. In the bag aforesaid he travelled as far as Southampton on his road to town. While taking the ticket at the railway station, Jacko, who must needs see everything that was going on, suddenly poked his head out of the bag, and gave a malicious grin at the ticket-giver. This much frightened the poor man, but with great presence of mind, quite astonishing under the circumstances, he retaliated the insult. "Sir, that's a dog, you must pay for it accordingly." In vain was the monkey made to come out of the bag and exhibit his whole person. In vain were arguments in full accordance with the views of Cuvier and Owen urged eagerly, vehemently and without hesitation, for the train was on the point of starting, to prove that the animal in question was not a dog, but a monkey. A dog it was in the peculiar views of the official, and 3 6 was paid. Thinking to carry the joke further, there were just a few minutes to spare, I took out from my pocket a live tortoise I happened to have with me, and, showing it, said, "What must I pay for this, as you charge for all animals?" The employee adjusted his specs, withdrew from the desk to consult with his superior, then, returning, gave the verdict with a grave but determined manner, "No charge for them, sir. Them be insects." End of section 39.
Section 40 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6, by various authors, Section 40. Moral versus Intellectual Principles in Human Progress. From The History of Civilization in England by Henry Thomas Buckle, 1821 through 1862. Henry Thomas Buckle was born at Lee in Kent on November 24, 1821, the son of a wealthy London merchant. A delicate child, he participated in none of the ordinary sports of children, but sat instead for hours listening to his mother's reading of the Bible and the Arabian Nights. She had a great influence on his early development. She was a Calvinist, deeply religious, and Buckle himself in after years acknowledged that to her he owed his faith in human progress through the dissemination and triumph of truth, as well as his taste for philosophic speculations and his love for poetry. His devotion to her was lifelong. Owing to his feeble health, he passed but a few years at school and did not enter college. Nor did he know much, in the scholar's sense, of books. Till he was nearly 18, the Arabian Nights, the Pilgrim's Progress, and Shakespeare constituted his chief reading. But he was fond of games of mental skill, and curiously enough, first gained distinction not in letters but at the chessboard, and in the course of his subsequent travels he challenged and defeated the champions of Europe. He was concerned for a short time in business, but being left with an independent income after the death of his father, he resolved to devote himself to study. He traveled for a year on the continent, learning on the spot the languages of the countries he passed through. In time he became an accomplished linguist, reading 19 languages and conversing fluently in 7. By the time he was 19, he had resolved to write a great historic work of a nature not yet attempted by anyone. To prepare himself for this monumental labor, and to make up for past deficiencies, he settled in London, and apparently single-handed and without the advice or help of tutors or professional men, entered upon that course of voluminous reading on which his erudition rests. He is a singular instance of a self-taught man, without scientific or academic training, producing a work that marks an epoch in historical literature. With a wonderful memory, he had, like Macaulay, the gift of getting the meaning and value of a book by simply glancing over the pages. On an average, he could read with intelligent comprehension 3 books in a working day of 8 hours, and in time mastered his library of 22,000 volumes, indexing every book on the back and transcribing many pages into his commonplace books. In this way, he spent 15 years of study in collecting his materials. The first volume of his introduction to the History of Civilization in England appeared in 1857 and aroused an extraordinary interest because of the novelty and audacity of its statements. It was both bitterly attacked and enthusiastically praised, as it antagonized or attracted its readers. Buckle became the intellectual hero of the hour. The second volume appeared in May 1861, and now, worn out by overwork, his delicate nerves completely unstrung by the death of his mother, who had remained his first and only love, he left England for the East in company with the 2 young sons of a friend. In Palestine he was stricken with typhoid fever and died at Damascus on May 29, 1862. His grave is marked by a marble tomb with the inscription from the Arabic. The written word remains long after the writer. The writer is resting under the earth, but his works endure. 3 volumes of miscellanies and posthumous works, edited by Helen Taylor, were published in 1872. Among these are a lecture on women delivered before the Royal Institution, Buckle's single and very successful attempt at public speaking, and a review of Mill's Liberty, one of the finest contemporary appreciations of that thinker. But he wrote little outside his history, devoting himself with entire singleness of purpose to his life work. The introduction to the history of civilization in England has been aptly called the fragment of a fragment. When as a mere youth he outlined his work, he overestimated the extremist accomplishment of a single mind, and did not clearly comprehend the vastness of the undertaking. He had planned a general history of civilization, but as the material increased on his hands, he was forced to limit his project and finally decided to confine his work to a consideration of England from the middle of the 16th century. In February 1853, he wrote to a friend, quote, "I have been long convinced that the progress of every people is regulated by principles, or as they are called, laws, as regular and as certain as those which govern the physical world. To discover these laws is the object of my work. I propose to take a general survey of the moral, intellectual, and legislative peculiarities of the great countries of Europe, and I hope to point out the circumstances under which these peculiarities have risen. This will lead to a perception of certain relations between the various stages through which each people have progressively passed. Of these general relations I intend to make a particular application, and by a careful analysis of the history of England, to show how they have regulated our civilization, and how the successive and apparently the arbitrary forms of our opinions, our literature, our laws, and our manners have naturally grown out of their antecedents." End quote. This general scheme was adhered to in the published history, and he supported his views by a vast array of illustrations and proofs. The main ideas advanced in the introduction, for he did not live to write the body of the work, the future volumes to which he often pathetically refers, these ideas may be thus stated. First, nothing had yet been done toward discovering the principles underlying the character and destiny of nations to establish a basis for a science of history, a task which Buckle proposed to himself. Second, experience shows that nations are governed by laws as fixed and regular as the laws of the physical world. Third, climate, soil, food, and the aspects of nature are the primary causes in forming the character of a nation. Fourth, the civilization within and without Europe is determined by the fact that in Europe man is stronger than nature, and here alone has subdued her to his service, whereas on the other continents nature is the stronger and man has been subdued by her. Fifth, the continually increasing influence of mental laws and the continually diminishing influence of physical laws characterize the advance of European civilization. Sixth, the mental laws regulating the progress of society can only be discovered by such a comprehensive survey of facts as will enable us to eliminate disturbances, namely by the method of averages. Seventh, human progress is due to intellectual activity, which continually changes and expands, rather than to moral agencies, which from the beginnings of society have been more or less stationary. Eighth, in human affairs in general, individual efforts are insignificant. The great men work for evil rather than for good, and are moreover merely incidental to their age. Ninth, religion, literature, art, and government, instead of being causes of civilization, are merely its products. 10th, The progress of civilization varies directly as skepticism, the disposition to doubt, or the protective spirit, the disposition to maintain without examination established beliefs and practices, predominates. The new scientific method of Darwin and Mill were just then being eagerly discussed in England, and Buckle, an alert student and great admirer of Mill, in touch with the new movements of the day, proposed, quote, by adapting to the history of man those methods of investigation which have been found successful in other branches of knowledge, and rejecting all preconceived notions which could not bear the test of those methods, end quote, to remove history from the condemnation of being a mere series of arbitrary facts, or a biography of famous men, or the small beer chronicle of court gossip and intrigues, and to raise it to the level of an exact science, subject to mental laws as rigid and infallible as the laws of nature. Quote, instead of telling us of those things which alone have any value, instead of giving us information respecting the progress of knowledge and the way in which mankind has been affected by the diffusion of that knowledge, the vast majority of historians fill their works with the most trifling and miserable details. In other great branches of knowledge, observation has preceded discovery. First the facts have been registered, and then their laws have been found. But in the study of the history of man, the important facts have been neglected and the unimportant ones preserved. The consequence is that whoever now attempts to generalize historical phenomena must collect the facts as well as conduct the generalization. End quote. Buckle's ideal of the office and acquirements of the historian was of the highest. He must indeed possess a synthesis of the whole range of human knowledge to explain the progress of man. By connecting history with political economy and statistics, he strove to make it exact. And he exemplified his theories by taking up branches of scientific investigation hitherto considered entirely outside the province of the historian. He first wrote history scientifically, pursuing the same methods and using the same kinds of proofs as the scientific worker. The first volume excited as much angry discussion as Darwin's Origin of Species had done in its day. The boldness of its generalizations, its uncompromising and dogmatic tone, irritated more than one class of readers. The chapters on Spain and on Scotland, with their strictures on the religions of those countries, containing some of the most brilliant passages in the book, brought up in arms against him both Catholics and Presbyterians. Trained scientists blame him for encroaching on their domains with an insufficient knowledge of the phenomena of the natural world, whence resulted a defective logic and vague generalizations. It is true that Buckle was not trained in the methods of the schools, that he labored under the disadvantage of a self-taught solitary worker, not receiving the friction of other vigorous minds, and that his reading, if extensive, was not always wisely chosen, and from its very amount often ill-digested. He had knowledge rather than true learning, and taking this knowledge at second hand, often relied on sources that proved either untrustworthy or antiquated, for he lacked the true relator's fine discrimination that weighs and sifts authorities and rejects the inadequate. Malicious critics declared that all was grist that came to his mill. Yet his popularity with that class of readers whom he did not shock by his disquisitions on religions and morals, or make distrustful by his sweeping generalizations and scientific inaccuracies, is due to the fact that his book appeared at the right moment, for the time was really come to make history something more than a chronicle of detached facts and anecdotes. The scientific spirit was awake, and demanded that human action, like the processes of nature, be made the subject of general law. The mind of Buckle proved fruitful soil for those germs of thought floating in the air, and he gave them visible form in his history. If he was not a leader, he was a brilliant formulator of thought, and he was the first to put before the reading world, then ready to receive them, ideas and speculations till now belonging to the student. For he wrote with the determination to be intelligible to the general reader. It detracts nothing from the permanent value of his work thus to state its genesis, for this is merely to apply to it his own methods. Moreover, a perpetual charm lies in his clear, limpid English, a medium perfectly adapted to calm exposition or to impassioned rhetoric. Whatever the defects of Buckle's system, whatever the inaccuracies that the advance of 30 years of patient scientific labors can easily point out, however sweeping his generalization, or however dogmatic his assertions, the book must be allowed high rank among the works that set men thinking, and must thus be conceded to possess enduring value. Now this excerpt from Buckle's History of Civilization in England, Moral versus Intellectual Principles in Human Progress. There is unquestionably nothing to be found in the world which has undergone so little change as those great dogmas of which moral systems are composed. To do good to others, to sacrifice for their benefit your own wishes, to love your neighbor as yourself, to forgive your enemies, to restrain your passions, to honor your parents, to respect those who are set over you. These and a few others are the sole essentials of morals. But they have been known for thousands of years, and not one jot or tittle has been added to them by all the sermons, homilies, and textbooks which moralists and theologians have been able to produce. But if we contrast this stationary aspect of moral truths with the progressive aspect of intellectual truths, the difference is indeed startling. All the great moral systems which have exercised much influence have been fundamentally the same. All the great intellectual systems have been fundamentally different. In reference to our moral conduct, there is not a single principle now known to the most cultivated Europeans which was not likewise known to the ancients. In reference to the conduct of our intellect, the moderns have not only made the most important additions to every department of knowledge that the ancients ever attempted to study, but besides this they have upset and revolutionized the old methods of inquiry. They have consolidated into one great scheme all those resources of induction which Aristotle alone dimly perceived, and they have created sciences, the faintest idea of which never entered the mind of the boldest thinker antiquity produced. These are, to every educated man, recognized and notorious facts, and the inference to be drawn from them is immediately obvious. Since civilization is the product of moral and intellectual agencies, and since that product is constantly changing, it evidently cannot be regulated by the stationary agent, because when surrounding circumstances are unchanged, a stationary agent can only produce a stationary effect. The only other agent is the intellectual one, and that this is the real mover may be proved in two distinct ways. First, because being, as we have already seen, either moral or intellectual, and being, as we have also seen, not moral, it must be intellectual. And secondly, because the intellectual principle has an activity and a capacity for adaptation which, as I undertake to show, is quite sufficient to account for the extraordinary progress that during several centuries Europe has continued to make. Such are the main arguments by which my view is supported, but there are also other and collateral circumstances which are well worthy of consideration. The first is that the intellectual principle is not only far more progressive than the moral principle, but is also far more permanent in its results. The acquisitions made by the intellect are, in every civilized country, carefully preserved, registered in certain well-understood formulas, and protected by the use of technical and scientific language. They are easily handed down from one generation to another, and thus assuming an accessible, or as it were a tangible form, they often influence the most distant posterity. They become the heirlooms of mankind, the immortal bequest of the genius to which they owe their birth. But the good deeds effected by our moral faculties are less capable of transmission. They are of a more private and retiring character, while as the motives to which they owe their origin are generally the result of self-discipline and of self-sacrifice, they have to be worked out by every man for himself. And thus, begun by each anew, they derive little benefit from the maxims of preceding experience, nor can they well be stored up for the use of future moralists. The consequence is that although moral excellence is more amiable and to most persons more attractive than intellectual excellence, still it must be confessed that looking at ulterior results, it is far less active, less permanent, and, as I shall presently prove, less productive of real good. Indeed, if we examine the effects of the most active philanthropy and of the largest and most disinterested kindness, we shall find that those effects are, comparatively speaking, short-lived, that there is only a small number of individuals they come in contact with and benefit, that they rarely survive the generation which witnessed their commencement, and that when they take the more durable form of founding great public charities, such institutions invariably fall, first into abuse, then into decay, and after a time are either destroyed or perverted from their original intention, mocking the effort by which it is vainly attempted to perpetuate the memory even of the purest and most energetic benevolence. These conclusions are no doubt very unpalatable, and what makes them peculiarly offensive is that it is impossible to refute them. For the deeper we penetrate into this question, the more clearly shall we see the superiority of intellectual acquisitions over moral feeling. There is no instance on record of an ignorant man who, having good intentions and supreme power to enforce them, has not done far more evil than good. And whenever the intentions have been very eager and the power very extensive, the evil has been enormous. But if you can diminish the sincerity of that man, if you can mix some alloy with his motives, you will likewise diminish the evil which he works. If he is selfish as well as ignorant, it will often happen that you may play off his vice against his ignorance, and by exciting his fears, restrain his mischief. If, however, he has no fear, if he is entirely unselfish, if his sole object is the good of others, if he pursues that object with enthusiasm upon a large scale, with a disinterested zeal, then it is that you have no check upon him, you have no means of preventing the calamities which in an ignorant age an ignorant man will be sure to inflict. How entirely this is verified by experience we may see in studying the history of religious persecution. To punish even a single man for his religious tenets is assuredly a crime of the deepest dye, but to punish a large body of men, to persecute an entire sect, to attempt to extirpate opinions which, growing out of the state of society in which they arise, are themselves a manifestation of the marvelous and luxuriant fertility of the human mind, to do this is not only one of the most pernicious, but one of the most foolish acts that can possibly be conceived. Nevertheless, it is an undoubted fact that an overwhelming majority of religious persecutors have been men of the purest intentions, of the most admirable and unsullied morals. It is impossible that this should be otherwise, for they are not bad-intentioned men who seek to enforce opinions which they believe to be good. Still less are they bad men who are so regardless of temporal considerations as to employ all the resources of their power, not for their own benefit, but for the purpose of propagating a religion which they think necessary to the future happiness of mankind. Such men as these are not bad, they are only ignorant. Ignorant of the nature of truth, ignorant of the consequences of their own acts. But in a moral point of view, their motives are unimpeachable. Indeed, it is the very ardor of their sincerity which warms them into persecution. It is the holy zeal by which they are fired that quickens their fanaticism into a deadly activity. If you can impress any man with an absorbing conviction of the supreme importance of some moral or religious doctrine, if you can make him believe that those who reject that doctrine are doomed to eternal perdition, if you then give that man power, and by means of his ignorance blind him to the ulterior consequences of his own act, he will infallibly persecute those who deny his doctrine, and the extent of his persecution will be regulated by the extent of his sincerity. Diminish the sincerity, and you will diminish the persecution. In other words, by weakening the virtue, you may check the evil. This is a truth of which history furnishes such innumerable examples that to deny it would be not only to reject the plainest and most conclusive arguments, but to refuse the concurrent testimony of every age. I will merely select two cases, which, from the entire difference in their circumstances, are very apposite as illustrations. The first being from the history of paganism, the other from the history of Christianity, and both proving the inability of moral feeling to control religious persecution. 1. The Roman emperors, as is well known, subjected the early Christians to persecutions which, though they have been exaggerated, were frequent and very grievous. But what to some persons must appear extremely strange is, that among the active authors of these cruelties we find the names of the best men who ever sat on the throne, while the worst and most infamous princes were precisely those who spared the Christians and took no heed of their increase. The two most thoroughly depraved of all the emperors were certainly Commodus and Elagabalus, neither of whom persecuted the new religion or indeed adopted any measures against it. They were too reckless of the future, too selfish, too absorbed in their own infamous pleasures to mind whether truth or error prevailed, and being thus indifferent to the welfare of their subjects, they cared nothing about the progress of a creed which they, as pagan emperors, were bound to regard as a fatal and impious delusion. They therefore allowed Christianity to run its course, unchecked by those penal laws which more honest but more mistaken rulers would assuredly have enacted. We find, accordingly, that the great enemy of Christianity was Marcus Aurelius, a man of kindly temper and of fearless, unflinching honesty, but whose reign was characterized by a persecution from which he would have refrained had he been less in earnest about the religion of his fathers. And to complete the argument, it may be added that the last and one of the most strenuous opponents of Christianity who occupied the throne of the Caesars was Julian, a prince of eminent probity, whose opinions are often attacked, but against whose moral conduct even calumny itself has hardly breathed a suspicion. 2. The second illustration is supplied by Spain, a country of which it must be confessed that in no other have religious feelings exercised such sway over the affairs of men. No other European nation has produced so many ardent and disinterested missionaries, zealous, self-denying martyrs, who have cheerfully sacrificed their lives in order to propagate truths which they thought necessary to be known. Nowhere else have the spiritual classes been so long in the ascendant. Nowhere else are the people so devout, the churches so crowded, the clergy so numerous. But the sincerity and honesty of purpose by which the Spanish people, taken as a whole, have always been marked, have not only been unable to prevent religious persecution, but have proved the means of encouraging it. If the nation had been more lukewarm, it would have been more tolerant. As it was, the preservation of the faith became the first consideration, and everything being sacrificed to this one object, it naturally happened that zeal begat cruelty, and the soil was prepared in which the Inquisition took root and flourished. The supporters of that barbarous institution were not hypocrites, but enthusiasts. Hypocrites are for the most part too subtle to be cruel, for cruelty is a stern and unbending passion, while hypocrisy is a fawning and flexible art which accommodates itself to human feelings and flatters the weakness of men in order that it may gain its own ends. In Spain, the earnestness of the nation, being concentrated on a single topic, carried everything before it, and hatred of heresy becoming a habit, persecution of heresy was thought a duty. The conscientious energy with which that duty was fulfilled is seen in the history of the Spanish Church. Indeed, that the inquisitors were remarkable for an undeviating and uncorruptible integrity may be proved in a variety of ways and from different and independent sources of evidence. This is a question to which I shall hereafter return, but there are two testimonies which I cannot omit, because from the circumstances attending them they are peculiarly unimpeachable. Laurent, the great historian of the Inquisition and its bitter enemy, had access to its private papers, and yet, with the fullest means of information, he does not even insinuate a charge against the moral character of the inquisitors, but while execrating the cruelty of their conduct, he cannot deny the purity of their intentions. 30 years earlier, Townsend, a clergyman of the Church of England, published his valuable work on Spain, and though as a Protestant and an Englishman he had every reason to be prejudiced against the infamous system which he describes, he also can bring no charge against those who upheld it. But having occasion to mention its establishment at Barcelona, one of its most important branches, he makes the remarkable admission that all its members are men of worth, and that most of them are of distinguished humanity. These facts, startling as they are, form a very small part of that vast mass of evidence which history contains, and which decisively proves the utter inability of moral feelings to diminish religious persecution. The way in which the diminution has been really effected by the mere progress of intellectual acquirements will be pointed out in another part of this volume, when we shall see that the great antagonist of intolerance is not humanity, but knowledge. It is to the diffusion of knowledge, and to that alone, that we owe the comparative cessation of what is unquestionably the greatest evil men have ever inflicted on their own species. For that religious persecution is a greater evil than any other is apparent, not so much from the enormous and almost incredible number of its known victims, as from the fact that the unknown must be far more numerous, and that history gives no account of those who have been spared in the body in order that they might suffer in the mind. We hear much of martyrs and confessors, of those who were slain by the sword or consumed in the fire, but we know little of that still larger number who by the mere threat of persecution have been driven into an outward abandonment of their real opinions, and who, thus forced into an apostasy the heart abhors, have passed the remainder of their lives in the practice of a constant and humiliating hypocrisy. It is this which is the real curse of religious persecution. For in this way, men being constrained to mask their thoughts, there arises a habit of securing safety by falsehood, and of purchasing impunity with deceit. In this way, fraud becomes a necessary of life. Insincerity is made a daily custom, the whole tone of public feeling is vitiated, and the gross amount of vice and of error fearfully increased. Surely, then, we have reason to say that compared to all this, all other crimes are of small account, and we may well be grateful for that increase of intellectual pursuits which has destroyed an evil that some among us would even now willingly restore. End of section 40. Section 41 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6, by various authors. Section 41, The Mythical Origin of History, from the History of Civilization in England, by Henry Thomas Buckle. At a very early period in the progress of a people, and long before they are acquainted with the use of letters, they feel the want of some resource which in peace may amuse their leisure, and in war may stimulate their courage. This is supplied to them by the invention of ballads, which form the groundwork of all historical knowledge, and which, in one shape or another, are found among some of the rudest tribes of the earth. They are for the most part sung by a class of men whose particular business it is thus to preserve the stock of traditions. Indeed, so natural is this curiosity as to past events that there are few nations to whom these bards or minstrels are unknown. Thus, to select a few instances, it is they who have preserved the popular traditions not only of Europe, but also of China, Tibet, and Tartary, likewise of India, of Sind, of Beluchistan, of Western Asia, of the islands of the Black Sea, of Egypt, of Western Africa, of North America, of South America, and of the islands in the Pacific. In all these countries, letters were long unknown, and as people in that state have no means of perpetuating their history except by oral tradition, they select the form best calculated to assist their memory. And it will, I believe, be found that the first rudiments of knowledge consist always of poetry, and often of rhyme. The jingle pleases the ear of the barbarian, and affords a security that he will hand it down to his children in the unimpaired state in which he received it. This guarantee against error increases still further the value of these ballads, and instead of being considered as a mere amusement, they rise to the dignity of judicial authorities. The allusions contained in them are satisfactory proofs to decide the merits of rival families, or even to fix the limits of those rude estates which such a society can possess. We therefore find that the professed reciters and composers of these songs are the recognized judges in all disputed matters, and as they are often priests and believed to be inspired, it is probably in this way that the notion of the divine origin of poetry first arose. These ballads will, of course, vary according to the customs and temperaments of the different nations, and according to the climate to which they are accustomed. In the South, they assume a passionate and voluptuous form. In the North, they are rather remarkable for their tragic and warlike character. But notwithstanding these diversities, all such productions have one feature in common. They are not only founded on truth, but making allowance for the colorings of poetry, they are all strictly true. Men who are constantly repeating songs which they constantly hear, and whose appeal to the authorized singers of them as final umpires in disputed questions, are not likely to be mistaken on matters in the accuracy of which they have so lively an interest. This is the earliest and most simple of the various stages through which history is obliged to pass. But in the course of time, unless unfavorable circumstances intervene, society advances, and among other changes, there is one in particular of the greatest importance. I mean the introduction of the art of writing, which, before many generations are past, must effect a complete alteration in the character of the national traditions. The manner in which this occurs has, so far as I am aware, never been pointed out, and it will therefore be interesting to attempt to trace some of its details. The first and perhaps the most obvious consideration is that the introduction of the art of writing gives permanence to the national knowledge, and thus lessens the utility of that oral information in which all the acquirements of an unlettered people must be contained. Hence it is that as a country advances, the influence of tradition diminishes, and traditions themselves become less trustworthy. Besides this, the preservers of these traditions lose in this stage of society much of their former reputation. Among a perfectly unlettered people, the singers of ballads are, as we have already seen, the sole depositories of those historical facts on which the fame, and often the property, of their chieftains principally depend. But when this same nation becomes acquainted with the art of writing, it grows unwilling to entrust these matters to the memory of itinerant singers, and avails itself of its new art to preserve them in a fixed and material form. As soon as this is effected, the importance of those who repeat the national trends are sensibly diminished. They gradually sink into an inferior class, which, having lost its old reputation, no longer consists of those superior men to whose abilities it owed its former fame. Thus we see that although without letters there can be no knowledge of much importance, it is nevertheless true that their introduction is injurious to historical traditions in two distinct ways. First, by weakening the traditions, and secondly, by weakening the class of men whose occupation it is to preserve them. But this is not all. Not only does the art of writing lessen the number of traditionary truths, but it directly encourages the propagation of falsehoods. This is effected by what may be termed a principle of accumulation, to which all systems of belief have been deeply indebted. In ancient times, for example, the name of Hercules was given to several of those great public robbers who scourged mankind, and who, if their crimes were successful as well as enormous, were sure after their death to be worshipped as heroes. How this appellation originated is uncertain, but it was probably bestowed at first on a single man and afterwards on those who resembled him in the character of their achievements. This mode of extending the use of a single name is natural to a barbarous people, and would cause little or no confusion as long as the tradition of the country remained local and unconnected. But as soon as these traditions became fixed by a written language, the collectors of them, deceived by the similarity of name, assembled the scattered facts, and ascribing to a single man these accumulated exploits, degraded history to the level of a miraculous mythology. In the same way, soon after the use of letters was known in the north of Europe, there was drawn up by Saxo Grammaticus the life of the celebrated Ragnar Lodbrok. Either from accident or design, this great warrior of Scandinavia, who had taught England to tremble, had received the same name as another Ragnar, who was Prince of Jutland about 100 years earlier. This coincidence would have caused no confusion as long as each district preserved a distinct and independent account of its own Ragnar. But by possessing the resource of writing, men became able to consolidate the separate trains of events, and, as it were, fuse two truths into one error. And this was what actually happened. The credulous Saxo put together the different exploits of both Ragnars, and ascribing the whole of them to his favorite hero, has involved in obscurity one of the most interesting parts of the early history of Europe. The annals of the North afford another curious instance of this source of error. A tribe of Finns called Queens occupied a considerable part of the eastern coast of the Gulf of Bothnia. Their country was known as Queenland, and this name gave rise to the belief that to the north of Baltic there was a nation of Amazons. This would easily have been corrected by local knowledge, but by the use of writing, the flying rumor was at once fixed, and the existence of such a people is positively affirmed in some of the earliest European histories. Thus, too, Abu, the ancient capital of Finland, was called Turku, which in the Swedish language means a marketplace. Adam of Bremen, having occasion to treat of the countries adjoining the Baltic, was so misled by the word Turku that this celebrated historian assures his readers that there were Turks in Finland. To these illustrations many others might be added, showing how mere names deceived the early historians and gave rise to relations which were entirely false and might have been rectified on the spot, but which, owing to the art of writing, were carried into distant countries and thus placed beyond the reach of contradiction. Of such cases one more may be mentioned, as it concerns the history of England. Richard I, the most barbarous of our princes, was known to his contemporaries as the Lion, an appellation conferred upon him on account of his fearlessness and the ferocity of his temper. Hence it was said that he had the heart of a lion, and the title Coeur de Lion not only became indissolubly connected with his name, but actually gave rise to a story, repeated by innumerable writers, according to which he slew a lion in a single combat. The name gave rise to the story confirmed the name, and another fiction was added to that long series of falsehoods of which history mainly consisted during the Middle Ages. The corruptions of history, thus naturally brought about by the mere introduction of letters, were in Europe aided by an additional cause. With the art of writing, there was in most cases also communicated a knowledge of Christianity, and the new religion not only destroyed many of the pagan traditions, but falsified the remainder by amalgamating them with monastic legends. The extent to which this was carried would form a curious subject for inquiry, but one or two instances of it will perhaps be sufficient to satisfy the generality of readers. Of the earliest state of the great northern nations we have little positive evidence, but several of the lays in which the Scandinavian poets related the feats of their ancestors or of their contemporaries are still preserved, and notwithstanding their subsequent corruption, it is admitted by the most competent judges that they embody real and historical events. But in the 9th and 10th centuries, Christian missionaries found their way across the Baltic and introduced a knowledge of their religion among the inhabitants of northern Europe. Scarcely was this effected when the sources of history began to be poisoned. At the end of the 11th century, Salmon Sigfusson, a Christian priest, gathered the popular and hitherto unwritten histories of the North into what is called the Elder Edda, and he was satisfied with adding to his compilation the corrective of the Christian hymn. 100 years later, there were made another collection of the native histories, but the principle which I have mentioned, having had a longer time to operate, now displayed its effects still more clearly. In this second collection, which is known by the name of the Younger Edda, there is an agreeable mix of Greek, Jewish, and Christian fables, and for the first time in the Scandinavian annals, we meet with the widely diffused fiction of a Trojan descent. If by way of further illustration we turn to other parts of the world, we shall find a series of facts confirming this view. We shall find that in those countries where there has been no change of religion, history is more trustworthy and connected than in those countries where such a change has taken place. In India, Brahmanism, which is still supreme, was established at so early a period that its origin is lost in the remotest antiquity. The consequence is that the native annals have never been corrupted by any new superstition, and the Hindus are possessed of historic traditions more ancient than can be found among any other Asiatic people. In the same way, the Chinese have for upwards of 2,000 years preserved the religion of Fo, which is a form of Buddhism. In China, therefore, although the civilization has never been equal to that of India, there is a history, not indeed as old as the natives would wish us to believe, but still stretching back to several centuries before the Christian era, from whence it has been brought down to our own times in an uninterrupted succession. On the other hand, the Persians, whose intellectual development was certainly superior to that of the Chinese, are nevertheless without any authentic information respecting the early transactions of their ancient monarchy. For this I can see no possible reason except the fact that Persia, soon after the promulgation of the Koran, was conquered by the Mohammedans, who completely subverted the Parsi religion and thus interrupted the stream of the national traditions. Hence it is that, putting aside the myths of the Zendavesta, we have no native authorities for Persian history of any value, until the appearance in the 11th century of Shahnameh, in which, however, Ferdinand has mingled the miraculous relations of those two religions by which his country has been successively subjected. The result is that if it were not for the various discoveries which have been made of monuments, inscriptions, and coins, we should be compelled to rely on the scanty and inaccurate details in the Greek writers for our knowledge of the history of one of the most important of the Asiatic monarchies. End of section 41.
Section 42 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bruce Pirie. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6, Section 42. Selected excerpts from the Natural History by Georges-Louis Leclerc-Buffon. Georges-Louis Leclerc-Buffon, 1707 to 1788, by Spencer Trotter. A science becomes part of the general stock of knowledge only after it has entered into the literature of a people. The bare skeleton of facts must be clothed with the flesh and blood of imagination through the humanizing influence of literary expression before it can be assimilated by the average intellectual being. The scientific investigator is rarely endowed with the gift of weaving the facts into a story that will charm, and the man of letters is too often devoid of that patience which is the chief virtue of the scientist. These gifts of the gods are bestowed upon mankind under the guiding genius of the division of labor. The name of Buffon will always be associated with natural history, though in the man himself the spirit of science was conspicuously absent. In this respect he was in marked contrast with his contemporary Linnaeus, whose intellect and labor laid the foundations of much of the scientific knowledge of today. Georges-Louis Leclerc-Buffon was born on the 7th of September, 1707, at Montbard in Burgundy. His father, Benjamin Leclerc, who was possessed of a fortune, appears to have bestowed great care and liberality on the education of his son. While a youth, Buffon made the acquaintance of a young English nobleman, the Duke of Kingston, whose tutor, a man well versed in the knowledge of physical science, exerted a profound influence on the future career of the young Frenchman. At 21, Buffon came into his mother's estate, a fortune yielding an annual income of £12,000. But this wealth did not change his purpose to gain knowledge. He traveled through Italy, and after living for a short period in England, returned to France and devoted his time to literary work. His first efforts were translations of two English works of science, Hale's Vegetable Statics and Newton's Fluxions, and he followed these with various studies in the different branches of physical science. The determining event in his life, which led him to devote the rest of his years to the study of natural history, was the death of his friend Dufay, the intendant of the Jardin du Roi, now the Jardin des Plantes, who, on his deathbed, recommended Buffon as his successor. A man of letters, Buffon saw before him the opportunity to write a natural history of the earth and its inhabitants, and he set to work with a zeal that lasted until his death in 1788, at the age of 81. His great work, L'Histoire naturelle, was the outcome of these years of labor, the first edition being complete in 36 quarto volumes. The first 15 volumes of this great work, published between the years 1749 and 1767, treated of the theory of the earth, the nature of animals, and the history of man and viviparous quadrupeds, and was the joint work of Buffon and Daubenton, a physician of Buffon's native village. The scientific portion of the work was done by Daubenton, who possessed considerable anatomical knowledge, and who wrote accurate descriptions of the various animals mentioned. Buffon, however, affected to ignore the work of his co-laborer, and reaped the entire glory, so that Daubenton withdrew his services. Later appeared the 9 volumes on birds, in which Buffon was aided by the Abbé Sexon. Then followed the History of Minerals in 5 volumes, and 7 volumes of supplements, the last one of which was published the year after Buffon's death. One can hardly admire the personal character of Buffon. He was vain and superficial and given to extravagant speculations. He is reported to have said, "I know but 5 great geniuses, Newton, Bacon, Leibniz, Montesquieu, and myself." His natural vanity was undoubtedly fostered by the adulation which he received from those in authority. He saw his own statue placed in the cabinet of Louis XVI, with the inscription Majestate Naturae par Ingenium. Louis XV bestowed upon him a title of nobility, and crowned heads addressed him in language of the most exaggerated compliment. Buffon's conduct and conversation were marked throughout by a certain coarseness and vulgarity that constantly appear in his writings. He was foppish and trifling, and affected religion, though at heart a disbeliever. The chief value of Buffon's work lies in the fact that it first brought the subject of natural history into popular literature. Probably no writer of the time, with the exception of Voltaire and Rousseau, was so widely read and quoted as Buffon. But the gross inaccuracy which pervaded his writings, and the visionary theories in which he constantly indulged, gave the work a less permanent value than it might otherwise have attained. Buffon detested the scientific method, preferring literary finish to accuracy of statement. Although the work was widely translated and was the only popular natural history of the time, there is little of it that is worthy of a place in the world's best literature. It is chiefly as a relic of a past literary epoch, and as the pioneer work in a new literary field, that Buffon's writings appeal to us. They awakened, for the first time, a wide interest in natural history, though their author was distinctly not a naturalist. Arabella Buckley has said of Buffon and his writings that, though he often made great mistakes and arrived at false conclusions, still he had so much genius and knowledge that a great part of his work will always remain true. Cuvier has left us a good memoir of Buffon in the Biographique universelle. Nature, from the Natural History. So with what magnificence nature shines upon the earth! A pure light extending from east to west gilds successively the hemispheres of the globe. An airy, transparent element surrounds it. A warm and fruitful heat animates and develops all its germs of life. Living and salutary waters tend to their support and increase. High points scattered over the lands, by arresting the airy vapors, render these sources inexhaustible and always fresh. Gathered into immense hollows, they divide the continents. The extent of the sea is as great as that of the land. It is not a cold and sterile element, but another empire as rich and populated as the first. The finger of God has marked the boundaries. When the waters encroach upon the beaches of the west, they leave bare those of the east. This enormous mass of water, itself inert, follows the guidance of heavenly movements. Balanced by the regular oscillations of ebb and flow, it rises and falls with the planet of night, rising still higher when concurrent with the planet of day, the two uniting their forces during the equinoxes cause the great tides. Our connection with the heavens is nowhere more clearly indicated. From these constant and general movements result others, variable and particular. Removals of earth, deposits at the bottom of water, forming elevations like those upon the earth's surface, currents which, following the direction of these mountain ranges, shape them to corresponding angles, and rolling in the midst of the waves, as waters upon the earth, are in truth the rivers of the sea. The air, too, lighter and more fluid than water, obeys many forces: the distant action of sun and moon, the immediate action of the sea, that of rarefying heat and of condensing cold, produce in it continual agitations. The winds are its currents, driving before them and collecting the clouds. They produce meteors, transport the humid vapors of maritime beaches to the land surfaces of the continents, determine the storms, distribute the fruitful rains and kindly dews, stir the sea, agitate the mobile waters, arrest or hasten the currents, raise floods, excite tempests. The angry sea rises toward heaven and breaks roaring against immovable dikes, which it can neither destroy nor surmount. The land elevated above sea level is safe from these eruptions. Its surface, enameled with flowers, adorned with ever fresh verdure, peopled with thousands and thousands of differing species of animals, is a place of repose, an abode of delights, where man, placed to aid nature, dominates all other things, the only one who can know and admire. God has made him spectator of the universe and witness of his marvels. He is animated by a divine spark, which renders him a participant in the divine mysteries, and by whose light he thinks and reflects, sees and reads in the book of the world as in a copy of divinity. Nature is the exterior throne of God's glory. The man who studies and contemplates it rises gradually towards the interior throne of omniscience. Made to adore the Creator, he commands all the creatures. Vassal of heaven, king of earth, which he ennobles and enriches, he establishes order, harmony, and subordination among living beings. He embellishes nature itself, cultivates, extends, and refines it, suppresses its thistles and brambles, and multiplies its grapes and roses. Look upon the solitary beaches and sad lands where man has never dwelt. Covered, or rather bristling, with thick black woods on all their rising ground, stunted barkless trees, bent, twisted, falling from age, Nearby others even more numerous, rotting upon heaps already rotten, stifling, burying the germs ready to burst forth. Nature, young everywhere else, is here decrepit. The land surmounted by the ruins of these productions offers, instead of flourishing verdure, only an encumbered space pierced by aged trees, loaded with parasitic plants, lichens, agarics, impure fruits of corruption. In the low parts is water, dead and stagnant, because undirected, or swampy soil, neither solid nor liquid, hence unapproachable and useless to the habitants both of land and of water. Here are swamps covered with rank aquatic plants, nourishing only venomous insects and haunted by unclean animals. Between these low infectious marshes and these higher ancient forests extend plains having nothing in common with our meadows, upon which weeds smother useful plants. There is none of that fine turf which seems like down upon the earth, or of that enameled lawn which announces a brilliant fertility, but instead an interlacement of hard and thorny herbs which seem to cling to each other rather than to the soil, and which, successively withering and impeding each other, form a coarse mat several feet thick. There are no roads, no communications, no vestiges of intelligence in these wild places. Man, obliged to follow the paths of savage beasts, and to watch constantly lest he become their prey, terrified by their roars, thrilled by the very silence of these profound solitudes, turns back and says, "Primitive nature is hideous and dying. I alone can make it living and agreeable. Let us dry these swamps, converting into streams and canals, animate these dead waters by setting them in motion. Let us use the active and devouring element once hidden from us, and which we ourselves have discovered, and set fire to this superfluous mat, to these aged forests already half consumed, and finish with iron what fire cannot destroy. Soon, instead of rush and water lily from which the toad compounds his venom, we shall see buttercups and clover, sweet and salutary herbs. Herds of bounding animals will tread this once impracticable soil, and find abundant, constantly renewed pasture. They will multiply, to multiply again. Let us employ the new aid to complete our work, and let the ox, submissive to the yoke, exercise his strength in furrowing the land. Then it will grow young again with cultivation, and a new nature shall spring up under our hands." How beautiful is cultivated nature, when by the cares of man she is brilliantly and pompously adorned! He himself is the chief ornament, the most noble production. In multiplying himself, he multiplies her most precious gem. She seems to multiply herself with him, for his art brings to light all that her bosom conceals. What treasures hitherto ignored, what new riches, flowers, fruits, perfected grains infinitely multiplied, useful species of animals transported, propagated, endlessly increased, harmful species destroyed, confined, banished. Gold, and iron more necessary than gold, drawn from the bowels of the earth. Torrents confined, rivers directed and restrained. The sea, submissive and comprehended, crossed from one hemisphere to the other. The earth everywhere accessible, everywhere living and fertile. In the valleys, laughing prairies. In the plains, rich pastures or richer harvests. The hills loaded with vines and fruits, their summits crowned by useful trees and young forests. Deserts changed to cities inhabited by a great people, who, ceaselessly circulating, scatter themselves from centres to extremities. Frequent open roads and communications established everywhere, like so many witnesses of the force and union of society. 1,000 other monuments of power and glory, proving that man, master of the world, has transformed it, renewed its whole surface, and that he shares his empire with nature. However, he rules only by right of conquest, and enjoys rather than possesses. He can only retain by ever-renewed efforts. If these cease, everything languishes, changes, grows disordered, enters again into the hands of nature. She retakes her rights, effaces man's work, covers his most sumptuous monuments with dust and moss, destroys them in time, leaving him only the regret that he has lost by his own fault the conquests of his ancestors. These periods during which man loses his domain, ages of barbarism when everything perishes, are always prepared by wars, and arrive with famine and depopulation. Man, who can do nothing except in numbers, and is only strong in union, only happy in peace, has the madness to arm himself for his unhappiness and to fight for his own ruin. Incited by insatiable greed, blinded by still more insatiable ambition, he renounces the sentiments of humanity, turns all his forces against himself, and seeking to destroy his fellow, does indeed destroy himself. And after these days of blood and carnage, when the smoke of glory has passed away, he sees with sadness that the earth is devastated, the arts buried, the nations dispersed, the races enfeebled, his own happiness ruined, and his power annihilated. The Hummingbird, from the Natural History. Of all animated beings, this is the most elegant in form and the most brilliant in colors. The stones and metals polished by our arts are not comparable to this jewel of nature. She has placed it least in size of the order of birds, maxime miranda in minimis. Her masterpiece is the little hummingbird, and upon it she has heaped all the gifts which the other birds may only share. Lightness, rapidity, nimbleness, grace, and rich apparel all belong to this little favorite. The emerald, the ruby, and the topaz gleam upon its dress. It never soils them with the dust of earth, and in its aerial life scarcely touches the turf an instant. Always in the air, flying from flower to flower, it has their freshness as well as their brightness. It lives upon their nectar, and dwells only in the climates where they perennially bloom. All kinds of hummingbirds are found in the hottest countries of the New World. They are quite numerous and seem to be confined between the two tropics, for those which penetrate the temperate zones in summer only stay there a short time. They seem to follow the sun in its advance and retreat, and to fly on the wing of zephyrs after an eternal spring. The smaller species of the hummingbirds are less in size than the great fly wasp, and more slender than the drone. Their beak is a fine needle, and their tongue a slender thread. Their little black eyes are like two shining points, and the feathers of their wings so delicate that they seem transparent. Their short feet, which they use very little, are so tiny one can scarcely see them. They alight only at night, resting in the air during the day. They have a swift, continual humming flight. The movement of their wings is so rapid that when pausing in the air, the bird seems quite motionless. One sees him stop before a blossom, then dart like a flash to another, visiting all, plunging his tongue into their hearts, flattening them with his wings, never settling anywhere, but neglecting none. He hastens his inconstancies only to pursue his loves more eagerly and to multiply his innocent joys. For this light lover of flowers lives at their expense without ever blighting them. He only pumps their honey, and to this alone his tongue seems destined. The vivacity of these small birds is only equaled by their courage, or rather their audacity. Sometimes they may be seen chasing furiously birds 20 times their size, fastening upon their bodies, letting themselves be carried along in their flight, while they peck them fiercely until their tiny rage is satisfied. Sometimes they fight each other vigorously. Impatience seems their very essence. If they approach a blossom and find it faded, they mark their spite by hasty rending of the petals. Their only voice is a weak cry, screp, screp, frequent and repeated, which they utter in the woods from dawn until at the first rays of the sun they all take flight and scatter over the country. End of section 42. Section 43 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bruce Pirie. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6, Section 43. Biographical Note on Edward Bulwer-Lytton, 1803 to 1873, by Julian Hawthorne. The patrician in literature is always an interesting spectacle. We are prone to regard his performance as a test of the worth of long descent and high breeding. If he does well, he vindicates the claims of his caste. If ill, we infer that inherited estates and blue blood are but surface advantages, leaving the effective brain unimproved or even causing deterioration. But the argument is still open, and whether genius be the creature of circumstance or divinely independent is a question which prejudice rather than evidence commonly decides. Certainly literature tries men's souls. The charlatan must betray himself. Genius shines through all cerements. On the other hand, genius may be nourished, and the charlatan permeates all classes. The truth probably is that an aristocrat is quite as apt as a plebeian to be a good writer. Only, since there are fewer of the former than of the latter, and since, unlike the last, the first are seldom forced to live by their brains, there are more plebeian than aristocratic names on the literary roll of honor. Admitting this, the instance of the writer known as Bulwer proves nothing one way or the other. At all events, not was he a genius because he was a patrician, but was he a genius at all, is the inquiry most germane to our present purpose. An aristocrat of aristocrats undoubtedly he was, though it concerns us not to determine whether the blood of Plantagenet kings and Norman conquerors really flowed in his veins. On both father's and mother's side he was thoroughly well connected. Haydon Hall in Norfolk was the hereditary home of the Norman Bulwers. The Saxon Lyttons had, since the Conquest, lived at Knebworth in Derbyshire. The historic background of each family was honourable, and when the marriage of William Earl Bulwer with Elizabeth Barbara Lytton united them, it might be said that in their offspring England found her type. Edward, being the youngest son, had little money, but he happened to have brains. He began existence delicate and precocious. Culture with him set in almost with what he would have termed the consciousness of his own identity, and the process never intermitted. In fact, appearances to the contrary notwithstanding, his spiritual and intellectual emancipation was hindered by many obstacles. For, an ailing child, he was petted by his mother, and such germs of intelligence, verses at 7 years old and the like, as he betrayed, were trumpeted as prodigies. He was spoilt so long before he was ripe, that it is a marvel he ever ripened at all. Many years must pass before vanity could be replaced in him by manly ambition. A vein of silliness is traceable through his career almost to the end. He expatiated in the falsetto key. Almost never do we hear in his voice that hearty bass note so dear to plain humanity. In his pilgrimage toward freedom, he had to wrestle not only with flesh and blood mothers, uncles, and wives, et id genus omne, but with the more subtle and vital ideas, superstitions, and prejudices appertaining to his social station. His worst foes were not those of his household merely, but of his heart. The more arduous achievement of such a man is to see his real self and believe in it. There are so many misleading purple velvet waistcoats, gold chains, superfine sentiments, and blue-blooded affiliations in the way, that the true nucleus of so much decoration becomes less accessible than the needle in the haystack. It is greatly to Bulwer's credit that he stuck valiantly to his quest, and nearly, if not quite, ran down his game at last. His intellectual record is one of constant progress from childhood to age. Whether his advance in other respects was as uniform does not much concern us. He was unhappy with his wife, and perhaps they even threw things at each other at table, the servants looking on. Nothing in his matrimonial relations so much became him as his conduct after their severance. He held his tongue like a man, in spite of the poor lady's shrieks and clapper-clawings. His whimsical, hair-splitting conscientiousness is less admirable. A healthy conscience does not whine, it creates. No one cares to know what a man thinks of his own actions. No one is interested to learn that Bulwer meant Paul Clifford to be an edifying work, or that he married his wife from the highest motives. We do not take him so seriously. We are satisfied that he wrote the story first and discovered its morality afterwards, and that lofty motives would not have united him to Miss Rosina Doyle Wheeler had she not been pretty and clever. His hectic letters to his mamma, his Byronic struttings and mouthings over the grave of his schoolgirl lady-love, his 18th-century comedy scene with Caroline Lamb, his starched frill participation in the Fred Villiers duel at Boulogne, how silly and artificial is all this! There is no genuine feeling in it. He attires himself in tawdry sentiment as in a flowered waistcoat. What a difference between him at this period and his contemporary Benjamin Disraeli, who indeed committed similar inanities, but with a saturnine sense of humor cropping out at every turn, which altered the whole complexion of the performance. We laugh at the one, but with the other. Of course, however, there was a man hidden somewhere in Edward Bulwer's perfumed clothes and mincing attitudes, else the world had long since forgotten him. Amidst his dandyism, he learned how to speak well in debate, and how to use his hands to guard his head. He paid his debts by honest hard work, and would not be dishonorably beholden to his mother or anyone else. He posed as a blighted being and invented black evening dress, but he lived down the scorn of such men as Tennyson and Thackeray, and won their respect and friendship at last. He aimed high, according to his lights, meant well, and in the long run did well too. The main activities of his life, and from start to finish his energy was great, were in politics and in literature. His political career covers about 40 years, from the time he took his degree at Cambridge till Lord Derby made him a peer in 1866. He accomplished nothing of serious importance, but his course was always creditable. He began as a sentimental radical and ended as a liberal conservative. He advocated the Crimean War. The Corn Laws found him in a compromising humor. His record as colonial secretary offers nothing memorable in statesmanship. The extraordinary brilliancy of his brother Henry's diplomatic life throws Edward's achievements into the shade. There is nothing to be ashamed of, but had he done nothing else, he would have been unknown. But literature, first seriously cultivated as a means of livelihood, outlasted his political ambitions, and his books are today his only claim to remembrance. They made a strong impression at the time they were written, and many are still read as much as ever by a generation born after his death. Their popularity is not of the catchpenny sort. Thoughtful people read them, as well as the great drove of the undiscriminating. For they are the product of thought. They show workmanship. They have quality. They are carefully made. If the literary critic never finds occasion to put off the shoes from his feet as in the sacred presence of genius, he is constantly moved to recognize with a friendly nod the presence of sterling talent. He is even inclined to think that nobody else ever had so much talent as this little red-haired, blue-eyed, high-nosed, dandified Edward Bulwer. The mere mass of it lifts him, at times, to the levels where genius dwells, though he never quite shares their nectar and ambrosia. He, as it were, catches echoes of the talk of the immortals, the turn of their phrase, the intonation of their utterance, and straightway reproduces it with the fidelity of the phonograph. But, as in the phonograph, we find something lacking. Our mind accepts the report as genuine, but our ear affirms an unreality. This is reproduction, indeed, but not creation. Bulwer himself, when his fit is past and his critical faculty reawakens, probably knows as well as another that these labored and meritorious pages of his are not graven on the eternal adamant. But they are the best he can do, and perhaps there is none better of their kind. They have a right to be, for while genius may do harm as well as good, Bulwer never does harm, and in spite of sickly sentiment and sham philosophy, is uniformly instructive, amusing, and edifying. To love her, wrote Dick Steele of a certain great dame, is a liberal education. And we might almost say the same of the reading of Bulwer's romances. He was learned, and he put into his books all his learning, as well as all else that was his. They represent, artistically grouped, ingeniously lighted, with suitable accompaniments of music and illusion, the acquisitions of his intellect, the sympathies of his nature, and the achievements of his character. He wrote in various styles, making deliberate experiments in one after another, and often hiding himself completely in anonymity. He was versatile, not deep. Robert Louis Stevenson also employs various styles, but with him the changes are intuitive. They are the subtle variations in touch and timbre which genius makes in harmony with the subject treated. Stevenson could not have written Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde in the same tune and key as Treasure Island, and the music of Marxheim differs from both. The reason is organic. The writer is inspired by his theme, and it passes through his mind with a lilt and measure of its own. It makes its own style, just as a human spirit makes its own features and gait. And we know Stevenson through all his transformations only by dint of the exquisite distinction and felicity of word and phrase that always characterize him. Now, with Bulwer, there is none of this lovely inevitable spontaneity. He costumes his tale arbitrarily, like a stage haberdasher, and invents a voice to deliver it withal. The last days of Pompeii shall be mouthed out grandiloquently. The incredibilities of the coming race shall wear the guise of naive and artless narrative. The humors of the Caxtons and what will he do with it shall reflect the mood of the sagacious, affable man of the world, gossiping over the nuts and wine. The marvels of Zanoni and A Strange Story must be portrayed with a resonance and exaltation of diction fitted to their transcendental claims. But between the stark mechanism of the Englishman and the lithe, inspired felicity of the Scot, what a difference! Bulwer's work may be classified according to subject, though not chronologically. He wrote novels of society, of history, of mystery, and of romance. In all he was successful, and perhaps felt as much interest in one as in another. In his own life the study of the occult played a part. He was familiar with the contemporary fads in mystery, and acquainted with their professors. Ancient history also attracted him, and he even wrote a couple of volumes of a history of Athens. In all his writing there is a tendency to lapse into a discussion of the ideal and the real, aiming always at the conclusion that the only true real is the ideal. It was this tendency which chiefly aroused the ridicule of his critics, and from the Edward Lytton Bullwig of Thackeray to the condensed novels burlesque of Bret Harte, they harp upon that facile string. The thing satirized is after all not cheaper than the satire. The ideal is the true real. The only absurdity lies in the pomp and circumstance wherewith that simple truth is introduced. There is a dweller on the threshold, But it, or he, is nothing more than that doubt concerning the truth of spiritual things which assails all beginners in higher speculation, and there was no need to call it or him by so formidable a name. A sense of humor would have saved Bulwer from almost all his faults, and have endowed him with several valuable virtues into the bargain. But it was not born in him, and with all his diligence he never could beget it. The domestic series, of which the Caxtons is the type, are the most generally popular of his works, and are likely to be so longest. The romantic vein, Ernest Maltravers, Alice or the Mysteries, etc., are in his worst style, and are only now in existence as books because they are members of the edition. It is doubtful if any human being has read one of them through in 20 years. Such historical books as The Last Days of Pompeii are not only well constructed dramatically, but are painfully accurate in details, and may still be read for information as well as for pleasure. The Zanoni species is undeniably interesting. The weird traditions of the philosopher's stone and the elixir of life can never cease to fascinate human souls, and all the paraphernalia of magic are charming to minds weary of the matter-of-factitude of current existence. The stories are put together with Bulwer's unfailing cleverness, and in all external respects, neither Dumas nor Balzac has done anything better in this kind. The trouble is that these authors compel our belief, while Bulwer does not. For, once more, he lacks the magic of genius and the spirit of style which are immortally and incommunicably theirs, without which no other magic can be made literarily effective. Pelham, written at 25 years of age, is a creditable boys' book. It aims to portray characters as well as to develop incidents, and in spite of the dreadful silliness of its melodramatic passages, it has merit. Conventionally, it is more nearly a work of art than that other famous boys' book, Disraeli's Vivian Grey, though the latter is alive and blooming with the original literary charm which is denied to the other. Other characteristic novels of his are The Last Days of Pompeii, Ernest Maltravers, Zanoni, The Caxtons, My Novel, What Will He Do With It?, A Strange Story, The Coming Race, and Kenelm Chillingly, the last of which appeared in the year of the author's death, 1873. The student who has read these books will know all that is worth knowing of Bulwer's work. He wrote upwards of 50 substantial volumes, and left a mass of posthumous material besides. Of all that he did, the most nearly satisfactory thing is one of the last, Kenelm Chillingly. In style, persons, and incidents, it is alike charming. It subsides somewhat into the inevitable Bulwer sentimentality towards the end. A silk purse cannot be made out of a sow's ear, but the miracle was never nearer being accomplished than in this instance. Here we see the thoroughly equipped man of letters doing with apparent ease what scarce 5 of his contemporaries could have done at all. The book is lightsome and graceful, yet it touches serious thoughts. Most remarkable of all, it shows a suppleness of mind and freshness of feeling more to be expected in a youth of 30 than in a veteran of 70. Bulwer never ceased to grow, and what is better still, to grow away from his faults and towards improvement. But in comparing him with others, we must admit that he had better opportunities than most. His social station brought him in contact with the best people and most pregnant events of his time, and the driving poverty of youth having established him in the novel-writing habit, he thereafter had leisure to polish and expand his faculty to the utmost. No talent of his was folded up in a napkin. He did his best and utmost with all he had. Whereas the path of genius is commonly tortuous and hard beset, and while we are always saying of Shakespeare or Thackeray or Shelley or Keats or Poe, what wonders they would have done had life been longer or fate kinder to them, of Bulwer we say, no help was wanting to him, and he profited by all. He got out of the egg more than we had believed was in it. Instead of a great faculty hobbled by circumstance, we have a small faculty magnified by occasion and enriched by time. Certainly, as men of letters go, Bulwer must be accounted fortunate. The long inflamed row of his domestic life apart, all things went his way. He received large sums for his books. At the age of 40, his mother dying, he succeeded to the Knebworth estate. 23 years later, his old age, if such a man could be called old, was consoled by the title of Lord Lytton. His health was never robust, and occasionally failed, but he seems to have been able to accomplish, after a fashion, everything that he undertook. He was thorough, as the English say. He lived in the midst of events. He was a friend of the men who made the age, and saw them make it, lending a hand himself, too, when and where he could. He lived long enough to see the hostility which had opposed him in youth die away, and honor and kindness take its place. Let it be repeated, his aims were good. He would have been candid and unself-conscious had that been possible for him, and perhaps the failure was one of manner rather than of heart. Yes, he was a fortunate man. His most conspicuous success was as a playwriter. In view of his essentially dramatic and historic temperament, it is surprising that he did not altogether devote himself to this branch of art, but all his dramas were produced between his 33rd and his 38th years. The first, La Duchesse de la Vallière, was not to the public liking, but The Lady of Lyons, written in 2 weeks, is in undiminished favor after nearly 60 years, and so are Richelieu and Money. There is no apparent reason why Bulwer should not have been as prolific a stage author as Molière or even Lope de Vega, but we often value our best faculties least. The Coming Race, published anonymously and never acknowledged during his life, was an unexpected product of his mind, but is useful to mark his limitations. It is a forecast of the future, and proves, as nothing else could so well do, the utter absence in Bulwer of the creative imagination. It is an invention, cleverly conceived, mechanically and rather tediously worked out, and written in a style astonishingly commonplace. The man who wrote that book, one would say, had no heaven in his soul, nor any pinions whereon to soar heavenward. Yet it is full of thought and ingenuity, and the central conception of vril has been much commended. But the whole concoction is tainted with the deadness of stark materialism, and we should be unjust, after all, to deny Bulwer something loftier and broader than is discoverable here. In inventing the narrative, he depended upon the weakest element in his mental make-up, and the result could not but be dismal. We like to believe that there was better stuff in him than he himself ever found, and that when he left this world for the next, he had sloughed off more dross than most men have time to accumulate. End of section 43.
Section 44 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6, by various authors. Section 44. The Amphitheatre, from the Last Days of Pompeii. Part 1. On the upper tier, but apart from the male spectators, sat the women, their gay dresses resembling some gaudy flower bed. It is needless to add that they were the most talkative part of the assembly, and many were the looks directed up to them, especially from the benches appropriated to the young and the unmarried men. On the lower seats round the arena sat the more high-born and wealthy visitors, the magistrates and those of senatorial or equestrian dignity. The passages which, by corridors at the right and left, gave access to these seats, At either end of the oval arena were also the entrances for the combatants. Strong palings at these passages prevented any unwelcome eccentricity in the movements of the beasts, and confined them to their appointed prey. Around the parapet, which was raised above the arena, and from which the seats gradually rose, were gladiatorial inscriptions and paintings wrought in fresco, typical of the entertainments for which the place was designed. Throughout the whole building wound invisible pipes, from which, as the day advanced, cooling and fragrant showers were to be sprinkled over the spectators. The officers of the amphitheatre were still employed in the task of fixing the vast awning, or velaria, which covered the whole, and which luxurious invention the Campanians arrogated to themselves. It was woven of the whitest Apulian wool, and variegated with broad stripes of crimson. Owing either to some inexperience on the part of the workmen, or to some defect in the machinery, the awning, however, was not arranged that day so happily as usual. Indeed, from the immense space of the circumference, the task was always one of great difficulty and art, so much so that it could seldom be adventured in rough or windy weather. But the present day was so remarkably still that there seemed to the spectators no excuse for the awkwardness of the artificers, and when a large gap in the back of the awning was still visible from the obstinate refusal of one part of the velaria to ally itself with the rest, the murmurs of discontent were loud and general. The sedile Pansa, at whose expense the exhibition was given, looked particularly annoyed at the defect, and vowed bitter vengeance on the head of the chief officer of the show, who, fretting, puffing, perspiring, busied himself in idle orders and unavailing threats. The hubbub ceased suddenly. The operators desisted. The crowd was stilled. The gap was forgotten for now. With a loud and warlike flourish of trumpets, the gladiators, marshalled in ceremonious procession, entered the arena. They swept round the oval space very slowly and deliberately, in order to give the spectators full leisure to admire their stern serenity of feature, their brawny limbs and various arms, as well as to form such wagers as the excitement of the moment might suggest. "Oh!" cried the widow Fulvia to the wife of Pansa, as they leaned down from their lofty bench. "Do you see that gigantic gladiator? How drolly he is dressed!" "Yes," said the aedile's wife with complacent importance, for she knew all the names and qualities of each combatant. "He is a retiarius or netter. He is armed only, you see, with a three-pronged spear like a trident, and a net. He wears no armour, only the fillet and the tunic. He is a mighty man, and is to fight with Sporus, yon thick-set gladiator, with a round shield and drawn sword, but without body armour. He has not his helmet on now, in order that you may see his face, how fearless he is. By and by he will fight with his visor down." "But surely a net and a spear are poor arms against a shield and sword?" "Well, that shows how innocent you are, my dear Fulvia. The retiarius has generally the best of it. But who is yon handsome gladiator, nearly naked? Is it not quite improper? By Venus, but his limbs are beautifully shaped." "It is Lydon, a young untried man. He has the rashness to fight yon other gladiator, similarly dressed, or rather undressed. Tetrides. They fight first in the Greek fashion with the cestus. Afterward they put on armour, and try sword and shield. He is a proper man, this Lydon, and the women, I am sure, are on his side." "So are not the experienced bettors. Clodius offers 3 to 1 against him." "Oh, Jove, how beautiful!" exclaimed the widow, as 2 gladiators, armed cap à pie, rode around the arena on light and prancing steeds, resembling much the combatants in the tilts of the Middle Age. They bore lances and round shields beautifully inlaid. Their armour was woven intricately with bands of iron, but it covered only the thighs and the right arms. Short cloaks extending to the seat gave a picturesque and graceful air to their costume. Their legs were naked, with the exception of sandals, which were fastened a little above the ankle. "Oh, beautiful! Who are these?" asked the widow. The one is named Berbix. He has conquered 12 times. The other assumes the arrogant Nobilior. They are both Gauls." While thus conversing, the first formalities of the show were over. To these succeeded a feigned combat with wooden swords between the various gladiators matched against each other. Among these, the skill of 2 Roman gladiators, hired for the occasion, was the most admired, and next to them the most graceful combatant was Lydon. This sham contest did not last above an hour, nor did it attract any very lively interest except among those connoisseurs of the arena to whom art was preferable to more coarse excitement. The body of the spectators were rejoiced when it was over, and when the sympathy rose to terror. The combatants were now arranged in pairs as agreed beforehand, their weapons examined, and the grave sport of the day commenced amid the deepest silence, broken only by an exciting and preliminary blast of warlike music. It was often customary to begin the sports by the most cruel of all, and some bestiarius or gladiator appointed to the beasts was slain first as an initiatory sacrifice. But in the present instance the experienced Pansa thought better that the sanguinary drama should advance, not decrease in interest, and accordingly the execution of Olynthus and Glaucus was reserved for the last. It was arranged that the 2 horsemen should first occupy the arena, that the foot gladiators paired off should then be loosed indiscriminately on the stage, that Glaucus and the lion should next perform their part in the bloody spectacle, and the tiger and the Nazarene be the grand finale. And in the spectacles of Pompeii, the reader of Roman history must limit his imagination, nor expect to find those vast and wholesale exhibitions of magnificent slaughter with which a Nero or a Caligula regaled the inhabitants of the imperial city. The Roman shows, which absorbed the more celebrated gladiators and the chief proportion of foreign beasts, were indeed the very reason why in the lesser towns of the empire the sports of the amphitheatre were comparatively humane and rare, and in this, as in other respects, Pompeii was the miniature, the microcosm of Rome. Still, it was an awful and imposing spectacle with which modern times have, happily, nothing to compare. A vast theatre, rising row upon row, and swarming with human beings from 15 to 18,000 in number, intent upon no fictitious representation, no tragedy of the stage, but the actual victory or defeat, the exultant life or the bloody death of each and all who entered the arena. The 2 horsemen were now at either extremity of the lists, if so they might be called, and at a given signal from Pansa, the combatants started simultaneously as in full collision, each advancing his round buckler, each poising on high his sturdy javelin. But just when within 3 paces of his opponent, the steed of Berbix suddenly halted, wheeled round, and as Nobilior was borne rapidly by, his antagonist spurred upon him. The buckler of Nobilior, quickly and skilfully extended, received a blow which otherwise would have been fatal. "Well done, Nobilior!" cried the praetor, giving the first vent to the popular excitement. "Bravely struck, my Berbix!" answered Clodius from his seat, and the wild murmur, swelled by many a shout, echoed from side to side. The visors of both the horsemen were completely closed, like those of the knights in after times, but the head was nevertheless the great point of assault, and Nobilior, now wheeling his charger with no less adroitness than his opponent, directed his spear full on the helmet of his foe. Berbix raised his buckler to shield himself, and his quick-eyed antagonist, suddenly lowering his weapon, pierced him through the breast. Berbix reeled and fell. "Nobilior! Nobilior!" shouted the populace. "I have lost 10 sestertia," said Clodius between his teeth. "Habet, he has it," said Pansa deliberately. The populace, not yet hardened into cruelty, made the signal of mercy, but as the attendants of the arena approached, they found the kindness came too late. The heart of the Gaul had been pierced, and his eyes were set in death. It was his life's blood that flowed so darkly over the sand and sawdust of the arena. "It is a pity it was so soon over. There was little enough for one's trouble," said the widow Fulvia. "Yes, I have no compassion for Berbix. Anyone might have seen that Nobilior did but faint. Mark, they fix the fatal hook to the body. They drag him away to the Spoliarium. They scatter new stand over the stage. Pansa regrets nothing more than that he is not rich enough to strew the arena with borax and cinnabar, as Nero used to do." "Well, if it had been a brief battle, it is quickly succeeded. See my handsome Lydon in the arena." "Aye, and the net-bearer too, and the swordsman. Oh, charming!" There were now on the arena 6 combatants. Niger and his net matched against Sporus with his shield and his short broadsword. Lydon and Tetraides, naked save by a cincture round the waist, each armed only with a heavy Greek cestus, and 2 gladiators from Rome, clad in complete steel and evenly matched with immense bucklers and pointed swords. The initiatory contest between Lydon and Tetraides being less deadly than that between the other combatants, no sooner had they advanced to the middle of the arena than, as by common consent, the rest held back to see how that contest should be decided, and wait till fiercer weapons might replace the cestus, ere they themselves commenced hostilities. They stood leaning on their arms and apart from each other, gazing on the show, which, if not bloody enough thoroughly to please the populace, they were still inclined to admire because its origin was of their ancestral Greece. No persons could at first glance have seemed less evenly matched than the 2 antagonists. Tetraides, though no taller than Lydon, weighed considerably more. The natural size of his muscles was increased to the eyes of the vulgar by masses of solid flesh. For, as it was a notion that the contest of the cestus fared easiest with him who was plumpest, Tetraides had encouraged to the utmost his hereditary predisposition to the portly. His shoulders were vast, and his lower limbs thick-set, double-jointed, and slightly curved outward in that formation which takes so much from beauty to give so largely to strength. But Lydon, except that he was slender, even almost to meagreness, was beautifully and delicately proportioned, and the skilful might have perceived that with much less compass of muscle than his foe, that which he had was more seasoned, iron, and compact. In proportion, too, as he wanted flesh, he was likely to possess activity, and a haughty smile on his resolute face, which strongly contrasted with the solid heaviness of his enemies, gave assurance to those who beheld it, and united their hope to their pity, so that despite the disparity of their seeming strength, the cry of the multitude was nearly as loud for Lydon as for Tetraides. Whoever is acquainted with a modern prize ring, whoever has witnessed the heavy and disabling strokes which the human fist, skilfully directed, hath the power to bestow, may easily understand how much that happy facility would be increased by a band carried by thongs of leather round the arm as high as the elbow, and terribly strengthened about the knuckles by a plate of iron, and sometimes a plummet of lead. Yet this, which was meant to increase, perhaps rather diminished the interest of the fray, for it necessarily shortened its duration. A very few blows, successfully and scientifically planted, might suffice to bring the contest to a close, and the battle did not therefore often allow full scope for the energy, fortitude, and dogged perseverance that we technically style pluck, which not unusually wins the day against superior science, and which heightens to so painful a delight the interest in the battle and the sympathy for the brave. "Guard thyself," growled Tetraides, moving nearer and nearer to his foe, who rather shifted round him than receded. Lydon did not answer, save by a scornful glance of his quick, vigilant eye. Tetraides struck. It was as the blow of a smith on a vice. Lydon sank suddenly on one knee. The blow passed over his head. Not so harmless was Lydon's retaliation. He quickly sprang to his feet and aimed his cestus full on the broad chest of his antagonist. Tetraides reeled. The populace shouted. "You are unlucky today," said Lepidus to Clodius. "You have lost one bet, you will lose another. By the gods, my bronzes go to the auctioneer, if that is the case. I have no less than 100 sestertia upon Tetraides. Ha! ha! See how he rallies! That was a home stroke. He has cut open Lydon's shoulder. Tetraides! Tetraides!" But Lydon is not disheartened. By Pollux, how well he keeps his temper! See how dexterously he avoids those hammer-like hands, dodging now here, now there, circling round and round. Ah, poor Lydon, he has it again. 3-1 still on Tetraides. What say you, Lepidus? Well, 9 sestertia to 3, be it so. What? Again Lydon? He stops. He gasps for breath. By the gods, he is down. No, he is again on his legs. Brave Lydon! Tetraides is encouraged. He laughs loud. He rushes on him. Fool! Success blinds him. He should be cautious. Lydon's eye is like a lynx's, said Clodius between his teeth. Ha! Clodius, saw you that? Your man totters. Another blow. He falls. He falls. Earth revives him then. He's once more up, but the blood rolls down his face. By the thunderer, Lydon wins it. See how he presses on him. That blow on the temple would have crushed an ox. It has crushed Tetraides. He falls again. He cannot move. Availle! Availle! Availle, repeated Pansa. Take them out and give them the armor and swords. While the contest in the amphitheatre had thus commenced, there was one in the loftier benches for whom it had assumed indeed a poignant, a stifling interest. The aged father of Lydon, despite his Christian horror of the spectacle, in his agonized anxiety for his son, had not been able to resist being the spectator of his fate. Once amid a fierce crowd of strangers, the lowest rabble of the populace, the old man saw, felt nothing but the form, the presence of his brave son. Not a sound had escaped his lips when twice he had seen him fall to the earth. Only he had turned paler, and his limbs trembled. But he had uttered one low cry when he saw him victorious, unconscious, alas, of the more fearful battle to which that victory was but a prelude. "My gallant boy," said he, and wiped his eyes. "Is he thy son?" said a brawny fellow to the right of the Nazarene. "He has fought well. Let us see how he does by and by. Hark! He is to fight the first victor. Now, old boy, pray to the gods that that victor be neither of the Romans, nor, next to them, the giant Niger." The old man sat down again and covered his face. The fray for the moment was indifferent to him. Lydon was not one of the combatants. Yet the thought flashed across him. The fray was indeed of deadly interest. The first who fell was to make way for Lydon. He started and bent down with straining eyes and clasped hands to view the encounter. The first interest was attracted toward the combat of Niger with Sporus, for the spectacle of contest, from the fatal result which usually attended it, and from the great science it required in either antagonist, was always peculiarly inviting to the spectators. They stood at a considerable distance from each other. The singular helmet which Sporus wore, the visor of which was down, concealed his face. But the features of Niger attracted a fearful and universal interest from their compressed and vigilant ferocity. And thus they stood for some moments, each eyeing each, until Sporus began slowly and with great caution to advance, holding his sword pointed like a modern fencer's at the breast of his foe. Niger retreated as his antagonist advanced, gathering up his net with his right hand, and never taking his small glittering eye from the movements of the swordsman. Suddenly, when Sporus had approached nearly at arm's length, the retiarius threw himself forward and cast his net. A quick inflection of body saved the gladiator from the deadly snare. He uttered a sharp cry of joy and rage, and rushed upon Niger. But Niger had already drawn in his net, thrown it across his shoulders, and now fled around the lists with a swiftness which the secutor, so called from the office of that tribe of gladiators, in following the foe the moment the net was cast, in order to smite him ere he could have time to rearrange it, in vain endeavored to equal. The people laughed and shouted aloud to see the ineffectual efforts of the broad-shouldered gladiator to overtake the flying giant, when at that moment their attention was turned from these to the two Roman combatants. They had placed themselves at the onset face to face, at the distance of modern fencers from each other. With the extreme caution which both evinced at first, had prevented any warmth of engagement, and allowed the spectators full leisure to interest themselves in the battle between Sporus and his foe. But the Romans were now heated into full and fierce encounter. They pushed, returned, advanced on, retreated from each other, with all that careful yet scarcely perceptible caution which characterizes men well experienced and equally matched. But at this moment Eumolpus, the older gladiator, by that dexterous backstroke which was considered in the arena so difficult to avoid, had wounded Nepimus on the side. The people shouted. Lepidus turned pale. "Ho!" said Claudius, "the game is nearly over. If Eumolpus rights now the quiet fight, the other will gradually bleed himself away. But, thank the gods, he does not fight the backward fight. See, he presses hard upon Nepimus. By Mars, but Nepimus had him there. The helmet rang again. Claudius, I shall win." "Why do I ever bet but at the dice?" groaned Claudius to himself. "Or why cannot one cog a gladiator?" "A Sporus! A Sporus!" shouted the populace, as Niger, now having suddenly paused, had again cast his net, and again unsuccessfully. He had not retreated this time with sufficient agility. The sword of Sporus had inflicted a severe wound upon his right leg, and, incapacitated to fly, he was pressed hard by the fierce swordsman. His great height and length of arm still continued, however, to give him no despicable advantages, and steadily keeping his trident at the front of his foe, he repelled him successfully for several minutes. Sporus now tried by great rapidity of evolution to get round his antagonist, who necessarily moved with pain and slowness. In so doing he lost his caution. He advanced too near to the giant, raised his arm to strike, and received the 3 points of the fatal spear full in his breast. He sank on his knee. In a moment more the deadly net was cast over him. He struggled against its meshes in vain. Again he writhed mutely beneath the fresh strokes of the trident. His blood flowed fast through the net and redly over the sand. He lowered his arms in acknowledgment of defeat. The conquering Retiarius withdrew his net, and leaning on his spear, looked to the audience for their judgment. Slowly, too, at the same moment, the vanquished gladiator rolled his dim and despairing eyes around the theatre. From row to row, from bench to bench, there glared upon him but merciless and unpitying eyes. Hushed was the roar, the murmur. The silence was dread, for in it was no sympathy, not a hand, no, not even a woman's hand, gave the signal of charity and life. Sporus had never been popular in the arena, and lately the interest of the combat had been excited on behalf of the wounded Niger. People were warmed into blood. The mimic fight had ceased to charm. The interest had mounted up to the desire of sacrifice and the thirst of death. The gladiator felt that his doom was sealed. He uttered no prayer, no groan. The people gave the signal of death. In dogged but agonized submission he bent his neck to receive the fatal stroke. And now, as the spear of the Retiarius was not a weapon to inflict instant and certain death, there stalked into the arena a grim and fatal form, brandishing a short, sharp sword, and with features utterly concealed beneath its visor. With slow and measured step this dismal headsman approached the gladiator, still kneeling, laid the left hand on his humbled crest, drew the edge of the blade across his neck, turned round to the assembly, lest in the last moment remorse should come upon them. The dread signal continued the same. The blade glittered brightly in the air, fell, and the gladiator rolled upon the sand. His limbs quivered, were still. He was a corpse. His body was dragged at once from the arena through the gate of death, and thrown into the gloomy den termed technically the spoliarium. And ere it had well reached that destination, The strife between the remaining combatants was decided. The sword of Eumolpus had inflicted the death wound upon the less experienced combatant. A new victim was added to the receptacle of the slain. Throughout that mighty assembly there now ran a universal movement. The people breathed more freely and settled themselves in their seats. A grateful shower was cast over every row from the concealed conduits. In cool and luxurious pleasure they talked over the late spectacle of blood. Eumolpus removed his helmet and wiped his brows. His close-curled hair and short beard, his noble Roman features and bright dark eye, attracted the general admiration. He was fresh, unwounded, and unfatigued. The aedile paused and proclaimed aloud that as Niger's wound disabled him from again entering the arena, Lydon was to be the successor to the slaughtered Nepimus and the new combatant of Eumolpus. "Yet, Lydon," added he, "if thou wouldst decline the combat with one so brave and tried, thou mayst have full liberty to do so. Eumolpus is not the antagonist that was originally decreed for thee. Thou knowest best how far thou canst cope with him. If thou failest, thy doom is honourable death. If thou conquerest, out of my own purse I will double the stipulated prize." The people shouted applause. Lydon stood in the lists. He gazed around. High above he beheld the pale face, the straining eyes of his father. He turned away irresolute for a moment. No, the conquest of the cestus was not sufficient. He had not yet won the prize of victory. His father was still a slave. "Noble aedile," he replied in a firm and deep tone, "I shrink not from this combat. For the honour of Pompeii I demand that one trained by its long-celebrated lanista shall do battle with this Roman." The people shouted louder than before. 4-1 against Lydon, said Clodius to Lepidus. "I would not take 20-1. Why, Eumolpus is a very Achilles, and this poor fellow is but a tyro." Eumolpus gazed hard on the face of Lydon. He smiled, and yet the smile was followed by a slight and scarce audible sigh, a touch of compassionate emotion, which custom conquered the moment the heart acknowledged it. And now both clad in complete armour, the sword drawn, the visor closed, the two last combatants of the arena, ere man at least was matched with beast, stood opposed to each other. It was just at this time that a letter was delivered to the praetor by one of the attendants of the arena. He removed the cincture, glanced over it for a moment. His countenance betrayed surprise and embarrassment. He reread the letter, and then muttering, "Tush! It is impossible. The man must be drunk, even in the morning, to dream of such follies," threw it carelessly aside, and gravely settled himself once more in the attitude of attention to the sports. The interest of the public was wound up very high. Eumolpus had at first won their favour, but the gallantry of Lydon and his well-timed allusion to the honour of the Pompeian lanista had afterward given the latter the preference in their eyes. "Hola, old fellow," said Medon's neighbour to him, "your son is hardly matched, but never fear, the editor will not permit him to be slain. No, nor the people neither. He has behaved too bravely for that. Ha! That was a home thrust, well averted by Pollux. At him again, Lydon." They stopped to breathe. "What art thou muttering, old boy?" "Prayers," answered Medon, with a more calm and hopeful mien than he had yet maintained. "Prayers, trifles. The time for gods to carry a man away in a cloud is gone now. Ha! Jupiter, what a blow! Thy side, thy side. Take care of thy side, Lydon." There was a convulsive tremor throughout the assembly. A fierce blow from Eumolpus, full on the crest, had brought Lydon to his knee. "Availle, he has it!" cried a shrill female voice. "He has it!" It was the voice of the girl who had so anxiously anticipated the sacrifice of some criminal to the beasts. "Be silent, child," said the wife of Pansa haughtily. "Non, Availle, he is not wounded." "I wish he were, if only to spite old surly Medon," muttered the girl. Meanwhile Lydon, who had hitherto defended himself with great skill and valour, began to give way before the vigorous assaults of the practised Roman. His arm grew tired, his eye dizzy. He breathed hard and painfully. The combatants paused again for breath. "Young man," said Eumolpus in a low voice, "desist. I will wound thee slightly. Then lower thy arm. Thou hast propitiated the editor and the mob. Thou wilt be honorably saved." "And my father still enslaved," groaned Leyden to himself. "No, death or his freedom." At that thought, and seeing that his strength not being equal to the endurance of the Roman, everything depended on a sudden and desperate effort, he threw himself fiercely on Eumolpus. The Roman warily retreated. Leyden thrust again. Eumolpus drew himself aside. The sword grazed his cuirass. Leyden's breast was exposed. The Roman plunged his sword through the joints of the armor, not meaning, however, to inflict a deep wound. Lydon, weak and exhausted, fell forward, fell right on the point. It passed through and through, even to the back. Eumolpus drew forth his blade. Lydon still made an effort to regain his balance. His sword left his grasp. He struck mechanically at the gladiator with his naked hand, and fell prostrate on the arena. With one accord, aedile and assembly made the signal of mercy. The officers of the arena approached. They took off the helmet of the vanquished. He still breathed. His eyes rolled fiercely on his foe. The savageness he had acquired in his calling glared from his gaze, and lowered upon the brow, darkened already with the shades of death. Then, with a convulsive groan, with a half start, he lifted his eyes above. They rested not on the face of the aedile, nor on the pitying brows of the relenting judges. He saw them not. They were as if the vast space was desolate and bare. One pale, agonizing face alone was all he recognized. One cry of a broken heart was all that, amid the murmurs and the shouts of the populace, reached his ear. The ferocity vanished from his brow. A soft, tender expression of sanctifying but despairing filial love played over his features, played, waned, darkened. His face suddenly became locked and rigid, resuming its former fierceness, and he fell upon the earth. "Look to him," said the aedile. "He has done his duty." The officers dragged him off to the spoliarium. "A true type of glory and of its fate," murmured Arbaces to himself. And his eye, glancing around the amphitheatre, betrayed so much of disdain and scorn that whoever encountered it felt his breath suddenly arrested, and his emotions frozen into one sensation of abasement and of awe. Again rich perfumes were wafted around the theatre. The attendants sprinkled fresh sand over the arena. "Bring forth the lion and Glaucus the Athenian," said the aedile. And a deep and breathless hush of overwrought interest and intense, yet strange to say, not unpleasing, terror lay like a mighty and awful dream over the assembly. End of section 44. Section 45 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6, by various authors. Section 45. The Amphitheatre, from the Last Days of Pompeii, Part 2. The door swung gratingly back. The gleam of spears shot along the wall. "Glaucus, the Athenian, thy time has come," said a loud and clear voice. "The lion awaits thee." "I am ready," said the Athenian. "Brother and co-mate, one last embrace. Bless me, and farewell." The Christian opened his arms. He clasped the young heathen to his breast. He kissed his forehead and cheek. He sobbed aloud. His tears flowed fast and hot over the features of his new friend. "Oh, could I have converted thee, I had not wept. Oh, that I might say to thee, we two shall sup this night in paradise." "It may be so yet," answered the Greek with a tremulous voice. "They whom death parts now may yet meet beyond the grave. On the earth, oh, the beautiful, the beloved earth, farewell forever. Worthy officer, I attend you." Glaucus tore himself away, and when he came forth into the air, its breath, which, though sunless, was hot and arid, smote withering upon him. His frame, not yet restored from the effects of the deadly draught, shrank and trembled. The officers supported him. "Courage," said one. "Thou art young, active, well knit. They give thee a weapon. Despair not, and thou mayest yet conquer." Glaucus did not reply, but ashamed of his infirmity, he made a desperate and convulsive effort, and regained the firmness of his nerves. They anointed his body, completely naked, save by a cincture round the loins, placed the stylus, vain weapon, in his hand, and led him into the arena. And now when the Greek saw the eyes of thousands and tens of thousands upon him, he no longer felt that he was mortal. All evidence of fear, all fear itself, was gone. A red and haughty flush spread over the paleness of his features. He towered aloft to the full of his glorious stature. In the elastic beauty of his limbs and form, in his intent but unfrowning brow, in the high disdain, and in the indomitable soul which breathed visibly, which spoke audibly from his attitude, his lip, his eye, he seemed the very incarnation, vivid and corporeal, of the valor of his land, of the divinity of its worship, at once a hero and a god. The murmur of hatred and horror at his crime, which had greeted his entrance, died into the silence of involuntary admiration and half compassionate respect, and with a quick and convulsive sigh that seemed to move the whole mass of life as if it were one body, the gaze of the spectators turned from the Athenian to a dark, uncouth object in the center of the arena. It was the grated den of the lion. "By Venus, how warm it is!" said Fulvia. "Yet there is no sun. Would that those stupid sailors could have fastened up that gap in the awning." "Oh, it is warm indeed. I turn sick, I faint," said the wife of Pansa. Even her experienced stoicism giving way at the struggle about to take place. The lion had been kept without food for 24 hours, and the animal had, during the whole morning, testified a singular and restless uneasiness, which the keeper had attributed to the pangs of hunger, and yet its bearing seemed rather that of fear than of rage. Its roar was painful and distressed. It hung its head, snuffed the air through the bars, then lay down, started again, and again uttered its wild and far-resounding cries. And now in its den it lay utterly dumb and mute, with distended nostrils forced hard against the grating, and disturbing with a heaving breath the sand below on the arena. The editor's lip quivered and his cheek grew pale. He looked anxiously around, hesitated, delayed. The crowd became impatient. Slowly he gave the sign. The keeper, who was behind the den, cautiously removed the grating, and the lion leaped forth with a mighty and glad roar of release. The keeper hastily retreated through the grated passage leading from the arena, and left the lord of the forest and his prey. Glaucus had bent his limbs so as to give himself the firmest posture at the expected rush of the lion, with his small and shining weapon raised on high, in the faint hope that the one well-directed thrust, for he knew that he should have time but for one, might penetrate through the eye to the brain of his grim foe. But to the unutterable astonishment of all, the beast seemed not even aware of the presence of the criminal. At the first moment of its release, it halted abruptly in the arena, raised itself half on end, snuffing the upward air with impatient signs, and then suddenly it sprang forward, but not on the Athenian. At half speed it circled round and round the space, turning its vast head from side to side with an anxious and perturbed gaze, as if seeking only some avenue of escape. Once or twice it endeavored to leap up on the parapet that divided it from the audience, and on falling uttered rather a baffled howl than its deep-toned and kingly roar. It evinced no sign either of wrath or hunger. Its tail drooped along the sand instead of lashing its gaunt sides, and its eye, though it wandered at times to Glaucus, rolled again listlessly from him. At length, as if tired of attempting to escape, it crept with a moan into its cage, and once more laid itself down to rest. The first surprise of the assembly at the apathy of the lion soon grew converted into resentment at its cowardice, and the populace already merged their pity for the fate of Glaucus into angry compassion for their own disappointment. The editor called to the keeper. "How is this? Take the goad, prick him forth, and then close the door of the den." As the keeper, with some fear but more astonishment, was preparing to obey, a loud cry was heard at one of the entrances of the arena. There was a confusion, a bustle, voices of remonstrance suddenly breaking forth, and suddenly silence at the reply. All eyes turned in wonder at the interruption toward the quarter of the disturbance. The crowd gave way, and suddenly Sallust appeared on the senatorial benches, his hair dishevelled, breathless, heated, half exhausted. He cast his eyes hastily round the ring. "Remove the Athenian," he cried. "Haste! He is innocent. Arrest Arbaces the Egyptian. He is the murderer of Apicides." "Art thou mad, O Sallust?" said the praetor, rising from his seat. "What means this raving? Remove the Athenian, quick, or his blood be on your head. Praetor, delay, and you answer with your own life to the emperor. I bring with me the eyewitness to the death of the priest Apicides. Room there! Stand back! Give way! People of Pompeii, fix every eye upon Arbaces. There he sits. Room there for the priest Calenus." Pale, haggard, fresh from the jaws of famine and of death, his face fallen, his eyes dull as a vulture's, his broad frame gaunt as a skeleton, Calenus was supported into the very row in which Arbaces sat. His releasers had given him sparingly of food, but the chief sustenance that nerved his feeble limbs was revenge. "The priest Calenus! Calenus!" cried the mob. "It is he? No, it is a dead man." "It is the priest Calenus," said the praetor gravely. "What hast thou to say?" "Arbaces of Egypt is the murderer of Apicides, the priest of Isis. These eyes saw him deal the blow. It is from the dungeon into which he plunged me. It is from the darkness and horror of a death by famine that the gods have raised me to proclaim his crime. Release the Athenian. He is innocent." "It is for this, then, that the lion spared him. A miracle, a miracle!" cried the Panza. "A miracle, a miracle!" shouted the people. "Remove the Athenian. Arbaces to the lion!" And that shout echoed from hill to vale, from coast to sea. "Arbaces to the lion!" "Officers, remove the accused Glaucus. Remove, but guard him yet," said the praetor. "The gods lavish their wonders upon this day." As the praetor gave the word of release, there was a cry of joy, a female voice, a child's voice, and it was of joy. It rang through the heart of the assembly with electric force. It was touching. It was holy, that child's voice, and the populace echoed it back with sympathizing congratulation. "Silence!" said the grave praetor. "Who is there?" "The blind girl, Nydia," answered Sallust. "It is her hand that has raised Calenus from the grave and delivered Glaucus from the lion." "Of this hereafter," said the praetor. "Calenus, priest of Isis, thou accusest Arbaces of the murder of Apicides?" "I do." "Thou didst behold the deed?" "Praetor, with these eyes." "Enough at present. The details must be reserved for more suiting time and place. Arbaces of Egypt, thou hearest the charge against thee. Thou hast not yet spoken. What hast thou to say?" The gaze of the crowd had been long riveted on Arbaces, but not until the confusion which he had betrayed at the first charge of Sallust and the entrance of Calenus had subsided. At the shout, "Arbaces to the lion," he had indeed trembled, and the dark bronze of his cheek had taken a paler hue, but he had soon recovered his haughtiness and self-control. Proudly he returned the angry glare of the countless eyes about him, and replying now to the question of the praetor, he said, in that accent so peculiarly tranquil and commanding which characterized his tones, "Praetor, This charge is so mad that it scarcely deserves reply. My first accuser is the noble Sallust, the most intimate friend of Glaucus. My second is a priest. I revere his garb and calling. But, people of Pompeii, ye know somewhat of the character of Calenus. He is gripping and gold-thirsty to a proverb, the witness of such men is to be bought. Praetor, I am innocent. Sallust, said the magistrate, where found you Calenus? In the dungeons of Arbaces. Egyptian, said the praetor, frowning, thou didst then dare to imprison a priest of the gods, and wherefore? Hear me, answered Arbaces, rising calmly, but with agitation visible in his face. This man came to threaten that he would make against me the charge he has now made, unless I would purchase his silence with half my fortune. I remonstrated in vain. Peace there, let not the priest interrupt me. Noble praetor, and ye, O people, I was a stranger in the land. I knew myself innocent of crime, but the witness of a priest against me might yet destroy me. In my perplexity, I decoyed him to the cell whence he has been released, on pretence that it was the coffer-house of my gold. I resolved to detain him there until the fate of the true criminal was sealed, and his threats could avail no longer. But I meant no worse. I may have erred, but who among ye will not acknowledge the equity of self-preservation? Were I guilty, why was the witness of this priest silent at the trial? Then I had not detained or concealed him. Why did he not proclaim my guilt when I proclaimed that of Glaucus? Praetor, this needs an answer. For the rest, I throw myself on your laws. I demand their protection. Remove hence the accused and the accuser. I will willingly meet and cheerfully abide by the decision of the legitimate tribunal. This is no place for further parley. He says right, said the praetor. Ho, guards, remove Arbaces. Guard Calenus. Sallust, we hold you responsible for your accusation. Let the sports be resumed. What? cried Calenus, turning round to the people. Shall Isis be thus condemned? Shall the blood of Apicides yet cry for vengeance? Shall justice be delayed now, that it may be frustrated hereafter? Shall the lion be cheated of the lawful prey? A god! A god! I feel the god rush to my lips. To the lion! To the lion with Arbaces! His exhausted frame could support no longer the ferocious malice of the priest. He sank on the ground in strong convulsions. The foam gathered to his mouth. He was as a man indeed, whom a supernatural power had entered. The people saw and shuddered. It is a god that inspires the holy man. To the lion with the Egyptian! With that cry upsprang, unmoved, thousands upon thousands. They rushed from the heights. They poured down in the direction of the Egyptian. In vain did the aedile command. In vain did the praetor lift his voice and proclaim the law. The people had been already rendered savage by the exhibition of blood. They thirsted for more. Their superstition was aided by their ferocity. Aroused, inflamed by the spectacle of their victims, they forgot the authority of their rulers. It was one of those dread popular convulsions common to crowds wholly ignorant, half free and half servile, and which the peculiar constitution of the Roman provinces so frequently exhibited. The power of the praetor was a reed beneath the whirlwind. Still, at his word, the guards had drawn themselves along the lower benches, on which the upper classes sat separate from the vulgar. They made but a feeble barrier. The waves of the human sea halted for a moment to enable Arbaces to count the exact moment of his doom. In despair, and in a terror which beat down even pride, he glanced his eye over the rolling and rushing crowd, when right above them, through the wide chasm which had been left in the Valeria, he beheld a strange and awful apparition. He beheld, and his craft restored his courage. He stretched his hand on high. Over his lofty brow and royal features there came an expression of unutterable solemnity and command. "Behold!" he shouted with a voice of thunder, which stilled the roar of the crowd. Behold how the gods protect the guiltless. The fires of the avenging Orcus burst forth against the false witness of my accusers. The eyes of the crowd followed the gesture of the Egyptian, and beheld with dismay a vast vapor shooting from the summit of Vesuvius in the form of a gigantic pine tree. The trunk, blackness; the branches, fire. A fire that shifted and wavered in its hues with every moment, now fiercely luminous, now of a dull and dying red, that again blazed terrifically forth with intolerable glare. There was a dead, heart-sunken silence, through which there suddenly broke the roar of the lion, which was echoed back from within the building by the sharper and fiercer yells of its fellow beast. Dread seers were they of the burden of the atmosphere, and wild prophets of the wrath to come. Then there arose on high the universal shrieks of women. The men stared at each other, but were dumb. At that moment they felt the earth shake under their feet. The walls of the theatre trembled, and beyond in the distance they heard the crash of falling roofs. An instant more, and the mountain cloud seemed to roll toward them, dark and rapid like a torrent. At the same time it cast forth from its bosom a shower of ashes mixed with vast fragments of burning stone. Over the crushing vines, over the desolate streets, over the amphitheatre itself, far and wide, with many a mighty splash in the agitated sea, felt that awful shower. No longer thought the crowd of justice or of Arbaces. Safety for themselves were their sole thought. Each turned to fly, each dashing, pressing, crushing against the other, trampling recklessly over the fallen, amid groans and oaths and prayers and sudden shrieks. The enormous crowd vomited itself forth through the numerous passages. Whither should they fly? Some, anticipating a second earthquake, hastened to their homes, to load themselves with their more costly goods, and escape while it was yet time. Others, dreading the showers of ashes that now fell fast, torrent upon torrent, over the streets, rushed under the roofs of the nearest houses, or temples, or sheds, shelter of any kind, for protection from the terrors of the open air. But darker and larger and mightier spread the cloud above them. It was a sudden and more ghastly night rushing upon the realm of noon. End of section 45.
Section 46 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jothi Tharavant. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6, by various authors. Section 46. Kenelm and Lily from Kenelm Chillingly. The children have come, some 30 of them, pretty as English children generally are, happy in the joy of the summer sunshine, on the flower lawns, on the feast under cover of an awning suspended between chestnut trees and carpeted with sward. No doubt, Kenelm held his own at the banquet, and did his best to increase the general gaiety, for whenever he spoke the children listened eagerly, and when he had done they laughed mirthfully. "The fair face I promised you," whispered Mrs. Brayfield, "is not here yet. I have a little note from the young lady to say that Mrs. Cameron does not feel very well this morning, but hopes to recover sufficiently to come later in the afternoon." "And pray, who is Mrs. Cameron?" "Ah, I forgot that you are a stranger to the place. Mrs. Cameron is the aunt with whom Lily resides. Is it not a pretty name, Lily?" "Very. Emblematic of the spinster that does not spin, with a white head and a thin stalk." "Then the name belies my Lily, as you will see." The children now finished their feast and betook themselves to dancing in an alley smoothened for a croquet ground and to the sound of a violin played by the old grandfather of one of the party. While Mrs. Brayfield was busying herself with forming the dance, Kenelm seized the occasion to escape from a young nymph of the age of 12 who had sat next to him at the banquet, and taken so great a fancy to him that he began to fear she would vow never to forsake his side, and stole away undetected. There are times when the mirth of others only saddens us, especially the mirth of children with high spirits that jar on our own quiet mood, gliding through a dense shrubbery in which, though the lilacs were faded, the laburnum still retained here and there the waning gold of its clusters. Kenelm came into the recess which bounded his steps and invited him to repose. It was a circle, so formed artificially by slight trellises, to which clung parasite roses heavy with leaves and flowers. In the midst played a tiny fountain with a silvery murmuring sound at the background, dominating the place. Rose the crests of stately trees on which the sunlight shimmered, but which rampired out all horizon beyond. Even as in life do the great dominant passions, love, ambition, desire of power, or gold, or fame, or knowledge, form the proud background to the brief-lived flowerets of our youth, lift our eyes beyond the smile of their bloom, catch the glint of a loftier sunbeam, and yet exclude our sight from the lengths and widths of the space which extends behind and beyond them. Kenelm threw himself on the turf beside the fountain. From afar came the whoop and the laugh of the children in their sports or their dance. At the distance their joy did not sadden him. He marvelled why, and thus in musing reverie thought to explain the why to himself. The poet, so ran his lazy thinking, has told us that distance lends enchantment to the view, and thus compares to the charm of distance the illusion of hope. But the poet narrows the scope of his own illustration. Distance lends enchantment to the ear as well as to the sight, nor to these bodily senses alone. Memory, no less than hope, owes its charm to the far away. I cannot imagine myself again a child when I am in the midst of yon noisy children. But as the noise reaches me here, subdued and mellowed, and knowing, thank heaven, that the urchins are not within reach of me, I could readily dream myself back into childhood and into sympathy with the lost playfields of school. So surely it must be with grief. How different the terrible agony for a beloved one just gone from earth to the soft regret for one who disappeared into heaven years ago. So with the art of poetry, how imperatively, when it deals with the great emotions of tragedy, it must remove the actors from us, in proportion as the emotions are to elevate, and the tragedy is to please us by the tears it draws. Imagine our shock if a poet were to place on the stage some wise gentleman with whom we dined yesterday, and who was discovered to have killed his father and married his mother. But when Oedipus commits those unhappy mistakes, nobody is shocked. Oxford in the 19th century is a long way off from Thebes 3,000 or 4,000 years ago. And, continued Kenelm, plunging deeper into the maze of metaphysical criticism, even where the poet deals with persons and things close upon our daily sight, if he would give them poetic charm, he must resort to a sort of moral or psychological distance. The nearer they are to us in external circumstance, the farther they must be in some internal peculiarities. Werter and Clarissa Harlowe are described as contemporaries of their artistic creation, and with the minutest details of an apparent realism. Yet they are at once removed from our daily lives by their idiosyncrasies and their fates. We know that while Werther and Clarissa are so near to us, in much that we sympathize with them as friends and kinsfolk, they are yet as much remote from us in the poetic and idealized side of their natures as if they belong to the age of Homer. And this it is that invests with charm the very pain which their fate inflicts on us. Thus, I suppose, it must be in love. If the love we feel is to have the glamour of poetry, it must be love for someone morally at a distance from our ordinary, habitual selves. In short, differing from us in attributes which, however near we draw to the possessor, we can never approach, never blend, in attributes of our own, so that there is something in the loved one that always remains an ideal, a mystery, a sun-bright summit mingling with the sky. From this state, half comatose, half unconscious, Kenelm was roused slowly, reluctantly. Something struck softly on his cheek, again a little less softly. He opened his eyes. They fell first upon two tiny rosebuds, which on striking his face had fallen on his breast, and then looking up, he saw before him, in an opening of the trellised circle, a female child's laughing face. Her hand was still uplifted, charged with another rosebud, but behind the child's figure, looking over her shoulder and holding back the menacing arm, was a face as innocent but lovelier far, the face of a girl in her first youth, framed round with the blossoms that festooned the trellis. How the face became the flowers! It seemed the fairy spirit of them. Kenelm started and rose to his feet. The child, the one whom he had so ungallantly escaped from, ran towards him through a wicket in the circle. Her companion disappeared. "Is it you," said Kenelm to the child, "you who pelted me so cruelly? Ungrateful creature! Did I not give you the best strawberries on the dish and all my own cream? But why did you run away and hide yourself when you ought to be dancing with me?" replied the young lady, evading with the instinct of her sex all answers to the reproach she had deserved. "I did not run away, and it is clear that I did not mean to hide myself, since you so easily found me out. But who was the young lady with you? I suspect she pelted me too, for she seems to have run away to hide herself." "No, she did not pelt you. She wanted to stop me, and you would have had another rosebud, oh, so much bigger, if she had not held back my arm. Don't you know her? Don't you know Lily?" "No, so that is Lily. You shall introduce me to her." By this time they had passed out of the circle through the little wicket opposite the path by which Kenelm had entered, and opening at once on the lawn. Here at some distance the children were grouped, some reclined on the grass, some walking to and fro in the interval of the dance. Before he had reached the place, Mrs. Brayfield met him. "Lily is come." "I know it. I have seen her. Is not she beautiful?" "I must see more of her if I am to answer critically. But before you introduce me, may I be permitted to ask who and what is Lily?" Mrs. Brayfield paused a moment before she answered, and yet the answer was brief enough not to need much consideration. "She is a Miss Mordaunt, an orphan, and, as I before told you, resides with her aunt, Mrs. Cameron, a widow. They have the prettiest cottage you ever saw on the banks of the river, or rather rivulet, about a mile from this place, Mrs. Cameron is a very good, simple-hearted woman. As to Lily, I can praise her beauty only with safe conscience, for as yet she is a mere child, her mind quite unformed. Did you ever meet any man, much less any woman, whose mind was formed? Muttered Kenelm. I am sure mine is not, and never will be on this earth. Mrs. Brayfield did not hear this low-voiced observation. She was looking about for Lily, and perceiving her at last as the children who surrounded her were dispersing to renew the dance, she took Kenelm's arm, led him to the young lady, and a formal introduction took place. Formal as it could be on those sunlit wards, amidst the joy of summer and the laugh of children, in such scene and such circumstance, formality does not last long. I know not how it was, but in a very few minutes, Kenelm and Lily had ceased to be strangers to each other. They found themselves seated apart from the rest of the merry-makers, on the bank shadowed by lime trees, the man listening with downcast eyes, the girl with mobile, shifting glances, now on earth, now on heaven, and talking freely, gaily, like the babble of a happy stream, with a silvery dulcet voice and a sparkle of rippling smiles. No doubt this is a reversal of the formalities of well-bred life and conventional narrating thereof. According to them, no doubt it is for the man to talk and the maid to listen, but I state the facts as they were honestly. And Lily knew no more of the formalities of drawing-room life than a skylark fresh from its nest knows of the song-teacher in the cage. She was still so much of a child. Mrs. Brayfield was right. Her mind was still so unformed. What she did talk about in that first talk between them that could make the meditative Kenelm listen so mutely, so intently, I know not. At least I could not jot it down on paper. I fear it was very egotistical, as the talk of children generally is, about herself and her aunt and her home and her friends. All her friends seemed children like herself, though younger, Clemmy the chief of them. Clemmy was the one who had taken a fancy to Kenelm, and amidst all the ingenious prattle, there came flashes of a quick intellect, a lively fancy, nay, even a poetry of expression of sentiment. It might be the talk of a child, but certainly not of a silly child. But as soon as the dance was over, the little ones again gathered around Lily. Evidently she was the prime favourite of them all, and as her companions had now become tired of dancing, new sports were proposed, and Lily was carried off to prisoners' bays. "I am very happy to make your acquaintance, Mrs. Chillingly," said a frank, pleasant voice, and a well-dressed, good-looking man held out his hand to Kenelm. "My husband," said Mrs. Brayfield, with a certain pride in her look. Kenelm responded cordially to the civilities of the master of the house, who had just returned from his city office and left all his cares behind him. You had only to look at him to see that he was prosperous and deserved to be so. There were in his countenance the signs of strong sense, of good humour, above all, of an active, energetic temperament. A man of broad, smooth forehead, keen hazel eyes, firm lips and jaw, with a happy contentment in himself, his house, the world in general, mantling over his genial smile, and outspoken in the metallic ring of his voice. "You will stay and dine with us, of course," said Mr. Brayfield, "and unless you want very much to be in town tonight, I hope you will take a bed here." Kenelm hesitated. "Do stay at least till tomorrow," said Mrs. Brayfield. Kenelm hesitated still, and while hesitating his eyes rested on Lily, leaning on the arm of a middle-aged lady, and approaching the hostess evidently to take leave. "I cannot resist so tempting an invitation," said Kenelm, and he fell back a little behind Lily and her companion. "Thank you very much for so pleasant a day," said Mrs. Cameron to the hostess. "Lily has enjoyed herself extremely. I only regret we could not come earlier." "If you are walking home," said Mrs. Brayfield, "let me accompany you. I want to speak to your gardener about his heart's ease. It is much finer than mine." "If so," said Kenelm to Lily, "may I come too? Of all flowers that grow, heart's ease is the one I most prize." A few minutes afterward, Kenelm was walking by the side of Lily along the banks of a little stream tributary to the Thames, Mrs. Cameron and Mr. Brayfield in advance, for the path only held two abreast. Suddenly Lily left his side, allured by a rare butterfly, I think it is called the Emperor of Morocco, that was sunning its yellow wings upon a group of wild reeds. She succeeded in capturing this wanderer in her straw hat, over which she drew her sun veil. After this notable capture, she returned demurely to Kenelm's side. "Do you collect insects?" said that philosopher, as much surprised as it was his nature to be at anything. "Only butterflies," answered Lily. "They are not insects, you know, they are souls." "Emblems of souls, you mean? At least so the Greek prettily represented them to be." "No, real souls. The souls of infants that die in their cradles unbaptized, and if they are taken care of and not eaten by birds and live a year, then they pass on into fairies." "It is a very poetical idea, Miss Mordaunt, and founded on evidence quite as rational as other assertions of the metamorphosis of one creature into another. Perhaps you can do what the philosophers cannot. Tell me how you learned a new idea to be an incontestable fact." "I don't know," replied Lily, looking very much puzzled. "Perhaps I learned it in a book, or perhaps I dreamed it." "You could not make a wiser answer if you were a philosopher. But you talk of taking care of butterflies. How do you do that? Do you impale them on pins stuck into a glass case?" "Impale them? How can you talk so cruelly? You deserve to be pinched by the fairies." "I am afraid," thought Kenelm compassionately, "that my companion has no mind to be formed. What is euphoniously called an innocent." He shook his head and remained silent. Lily resumed, "I will show you my collection when we get home. They seem so happy. I am sure there are some of them who know me. They will feed from my hand. I have only had one die since I began to collect them last summer." "Then you must have kept them a year. They ought to have turned into fairies." "I suppose many of them have. Of course, I let out all those that had been with me 12 months. They don't turn into fairies in the cage, you know. Now I have only those I caught this year or last autumn. The prettiest don't appear till the autumn." The girl here bent her uncovered head over the straw hat, her tresses shadowing it, and uttered loving words to the prisoner. Then again she looked up and around her, and abruptly stopped and exclaimed, "How can people live in towns? How can people say they are ever dull in the country? Look," she continued, gravely and earnestly, "look at that tall pine tree, with its long branch sweeping over the water. See how, as a breeze catches it, it changes its shadow, and how the shadow changes the play of the sunlight on the brook. Wave your tops, ye pines, with every plant in sign of worship wave. What an interchange of music there must be between nature and a poet! Kenelm was startled. This an innocent? This a girl who had no mind to be formed? In that presence he could not be cynical, could not speak of nature as a mechanism, a lying humbug, as he had done to the man-poet. He replied gravely, "The Creator has gifted the whole universe with language, but few are the hearts that can interpret it. Happy those to whom it is no foreign tongue, acquired imperfectly with care and pain, but rather a native language, learned unconsciously from the lips of the Great Mother. To them the butterfly's wing may well buoy into heaven a fairy soul." When he had thus said, Lily turned, and for the first time attentively looked into his dark, soft eyes. Then instinctively she laid her light hand on his arm and said in a low voice, "Talk on, talk thus. I like to hear you." But Kenelm did not talk on. They had now arrived at the garden gate of Mrs. Cameron's cottage, and the elder persons in advance paused at the gate and walked with them to the house. End of Volume 6. End of Section 46. Recording by Jothi Tharavant. End of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6.